Good morning and welcome to City Hall. We're going to get started with the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. Sabi Singh is the president of Interfaith Alliance of Oklahoma. I'll ask him to lead us in the invocation. Afterwards, I'll ask Councilman Larry McAtee if he'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Would everyone please stand?
Please join me in prayer. O Lord of your creation and of all people, we ask for your blessings on the members of this council as they meet to transact the business of our city. We thank thee, O Lord, for the impressive progress the city has made in recent years on many fronts in improving the lives of its citizens. Much has been done, yet much remains. Grant them wisdom as they deliberate upon the tasks and the decisions before them. Guide them so they may keep the interests of all their constituents in mind, more so the interests of those amongst the people of the city who have the least and are most in need. Help them do this in a spirit of cooperation with each other, so that the resources available are deployed in the most effective manner possible to benefit the citizens of our great city. Amen.
Face the flag, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Each month, the Rotary Club of Oklahoma City and the Foundation for the Oklahoma City Public Schools helps us honor one teacher in Oklahoma City as our Teacher of the Month. And this month's recipient of that honor is Sherry Dew. Sherry comes to us from Webster Middle School. Her whole family's here. So everybody, come on up. We have a resolution. I'll ask the clerk to read it.
Whereas Sherry Dew has been named Teacher of the Month by the Foundation for Oklahoma City Public Schools and Rotary Club of Oklahoma City for November 2013. Whereas Sherry Dew teaches social studies to students at Webster Middle School and has served Oklahoma City Public School students for 6 years. Whereas Sherry has been honored as the Webster Middle School Building Teacher of the Year and as the second runner-up in the 2013-2014 Oklahoma City Public Schools District Teacher of the Year competition. Whereas Sherry actively seeks to involve families in the education of their children and is a leader among her colleagues and frequently provides technology training. Whereas Sherry Dew seeks training and learning experiences to improve the classroom experience for her students. Whereas Sherry Dew focuses on helping her students understand how history connects to their lives and encourages them each school day to become responsible, caring citizens. Now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and Council of the City of Oklahoma City that they do hereby recognize and commend Sherry Dew on her selection as November 2013 Teacher of the Month by the Foundation for Oklahoma City Public Schools and Rotary Club of Oklahoma City.
Let's show our appreciation to Sherry and her family and friends that have gathered here today. The suspense continues. We'll need a motion and have to vote on this. So, all right, cast your votes. I'm guessing it's unanimous, and it is. Now let's show our appreciation officially for Sherry.
I would like to thank the City Council, Mayor Cornett, Pete White from our council for Ward 4. I love teaching in Oklahoma City. My students are some of the most challenging, diverse, enthusiastic, energetic students I could possibly ever teach. Challenging to me, though, is not a bad thing. I see it as a way of striving forward and moving towards success. They challenge me every day to be better than I was the day before. Our students at Webster deal with so many issues outside of the classroom that could just break your heart, but I want them to know I'm there for them, listen to them, and support them in all they do. My greatest achievement would be that my students know that I believe in them, and I feel that their success is unlimited if they only believe in themselves. So I thank you very much for this recognition, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's show our appreciation. Also each month, the South Oklahoma City Kiwanis Club helps us honor one of our employees. You can imagine an organization that has over 4,000 employees working for the daily lives of people that live in Oklahoma City. To be selected as Employee of the Month is quite an honor, and Kathy Connell is here. Kathy, you want to come on up? Again, we have a resolution. I'll ask the clerk to read it.
Whereas Kathy Connell has been a city employee for 24 years and is the field operations supervisor for the Bricktown Canal Field Horticulture section in the Horticulture and Gardens Division of the Parks and Recreation Department. Whereas Kathy oversees landscaping of the Bricktown Canal, signage and shrub beds, and other high-traffic areas in the city, and she has worked as a horticulturist and supervisor of the greenhouses at Will Rogers Park, including the garden exhibition building activities, the Rose Garden, and the Arboretum maintenance. Whereas Kathy has a master's degree in landscape architecture, and she uses her extensive knowledge of horticulture to introduce the ideal plant materials into the city's many flower beds, transforming our city into a colorful and flowing oasis of beauty. Whereas Kathy stays abreast of new trends and products, uses current technology, materials, and tools, is flexible and willing to alter activities to adapt to demands of new situations. And she works with other city divisions to accomplish these tasks. Whereas Kathy creates a work environment that fosters respect, integrity, fairness, and professionalism. She emphasizes safety and ensures all crew members are properly trained and have the appropriate equipment. Whereas Kathy Connell is genuine, honest, and able to resolve conflicts and handle difficult situations with remarkable patience and tact, and sets an example of what she expects from others. Whereas this council desires to recognize Kathy Connell for her dedication, professionalism, and commitment to the citizens of Oklahoma City. Now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and Council of the City of Oklahoma City that they do hereby thank and commend Kathy Connell, November 2013 South Oklahoma City Kiwanis Club Employee of the Month.
Let's show our appreciation of Kathy and the great work that the Parks Department does for us. And once again, I'll need a motion. Cast your votes. And it's unanimous. Kathy, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Kathy was even giving me advice on my geraniums this morning, so we took advantage of her opportunity.
He asked.
Yeah,
so
of course I did.
I feel like a doctor a lot of times. People always ask me advice about their yard or landscaping, and so I'm always having to be on the spot to answer all questions. But this was great. I don't do it alone. Of course, I have a crew that helps me out, and I had brought my employee who nominated me, Dale Blevins. And it's great when one of your own, somebody that you supervise, doesn't nominate you. So I want to thank Dale.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's show our appreciation again. Thank you. As each of you will well remember, on May 20th, the Oklahoma City metro area was hit with a damaging tornado. And along with our first responders, came extraordinary examples of courage and bravery, and to a certain extent validated a lot of preparation that has gone into this community's storied history and our ability to handle such storms as well as they possibly could be handled. We have a couple of groups that are here today to represent the greater community of South Oklahoma City and the city of Moore that I think also helped punctuate the coordination that took place in this community on that fateful day. We have brought in a group of people that represent the Rock Assembly. As I call your name, if you just come up, Pastor Darrell Sanderlin, Pastor John Gifford, Marcia Gifford, Tom Ashing, and Donnie Dodson. And we also have representatives from Moore schools, including Dr. Robert Romines, who's the superintendent. Principal Kathy Knowles is the Highland East Junior High principal. Amy Simpson is the principal at Plaza Towers. And Dr. Shelley McMillan is the principal at Briarwood Elementary. Let's show our appreciation to the extraordinary work that they provided for us.
thousands of residents of Oklahoma City and surrounding communities were devastated by an F5 tornado and severe storms on May 20th, 2013. Whereas the City of Oklahoma City pauses to remember those who perished in the storms and those grieving the loss of loved ones. Whereas the call to provide immediate life-saving assistance after the tornado hit was answered courageously, not only by those trained for such events, the local emergency response agencies, including Oklahoma City Police and Fire, but by individuals from outside and inside the devastation, teachers, residents, and business owners. Whereas in the days and in the weeks that followed, churches, schools, and other organizations reached out to those affected by the storms to provide day-to-day resources and assistance in rebuilding their homes and lives. Whereas Moore Norman Votech South Campus opened its doors to the City of Oklahoma City staff for the operation of a storm recovery city outreach office. Whereas Rock Assembly of God and St. Andrew's United Methodist Church graciously welcomed displaced residents and Oklahoma City emergency responders for weeks after the storms, offering their facilities and volunteers for the recovery efforts. Now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and Council of the City of Oklahoma City that they do hereby express sincere appreciation to the leadership, staff, and members of the Moore Norman Votech School, Moore Schools, Rock Assembly of God, and St. Andrew's United Methodist Church for their partnership with the city and their tireless support in the storm recovery efforts.
Again, let's show our appreciation. And, Pastor Sanderlin, I know immediately in those moments right after the storm, you all were just saying, what do you need? And the needs were great, but you guys were there for us.
Yes, one of my deacons called that evening and said there's 400 emergency workers who want to set up mobile command units at our property, and I said, give them the keys to the house and don't lock it, and we didn't for weeks. One thing I've learned in studying the Bible for 40-some years, I never found Wednesday services in there, Sunday school, a lot of things that we value, but Jesus' best work was done out of church with the folks, and we were honored to be able to have your outstanding people, a lot of them headquartered there, and it was a privilege for us to associate with some wonderful people.
I appreciate that. And again, this applause is for you and your congregation's willingness to help. Thank you. And likewise, we put a lot of effort into preparing for a day that we hope never comes, and obviously the training that the administration, the principals, and the children had been through saved lives on that particular day. And I think as the story unfolded and we learned so many great acts of heroism that took place inside the walls of the schools, inside the Moore school system, I can't tell you how grateful we are as a community for all the lives that were saved that day. I'd love for you all to speak to the issues.
They pass the microphone to me. As you see, they're the bosses. We'll say that I have determined and have realized that it takes a village to raise a child. And our school district just happens to be that child, our city. And if it weren't for the people, not only in this room, Mr. Greenwell, you and your office, very instrumental in helping us with relocation of one site and keeping that group together. The city, our faith-based organizations across the state and our city, we're standing today because of all of the people that stepped up to help us, and we're very appreciative and very grateful to everybody. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I have to thank him personally for being at all 7 of my children's funerals and being the face of the city and the state at that time. It was a great comfort to me and those families. Thank you very much.
Let's show our appreciation to this. We're on item 3 of the council agenda. These are items from the office of the mayor, and we move on to item 3C. As I think the council's probably read, this is a resolution that addresses the assumed shortfall of the revenue necessary to fulfill our obligations to the voters on the MAPS 3 sidewalk program. This is really an extension of Pete White's comments that took place last spring. Pete brought up, I think it was about in May, that we were in a period of excess revenue on the collection side. We were very aware that the shortfall existed, and when were we going to address it? And I think at the time I said, why don't we give it a few more months, let's get a little bit further into the collection side, get closer to the halfway point on the collection side of the MAPS 3 initiative. And so this resolution that I'm bringing forth today is an opportunity for us, I think, to continue to fund the MAPS 3 sidewalk program that was brought up and exhibited by the subcommittee and the advisory board. And the suggestion I'm making is that of the $21 million that we currently have in excess of expectation, that we take $9 million and put it into the sidewalk program. But what I really think the process should be is that we should send it back down through the subcommittee and the advisory board, and I'll accept comments appropriately wherever they may.
Well, I'm pleased that we're doing this today, obviously. It's something I thought we should do, and I'm glad we're doing it. I do think it probably should go back to the Sidewalks and Trails Committee as a way to just, consistent with all the other money that we spend from MAPS, we get the recommendation from the subcommittee and the standing advisory board, and I think this probably should go there.
Okay. You have comments? Larry?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I appreciate your leadership in doing this. I would just like personally to issue one warning, if you would, to the other subcommittees within the MAPS program, and that is this is not a blank check in my regard that we can increase the budget on every one of the MAPS projects at this time, because we do not know what the total will be at the end of the 7 years, 7 months that were collected, and we don't want to be in the position of not being able to fund a particular project because we've taken money and spent excess on another one. So this is not, in my mind, a blank check for other projects. It is one to recognize that we're trying to honor the commitment as far as building sidewalks, and I think in that regard it's an excellent move and an excellent way to go to send it back to the committee. Thank you, Your Honor.
Need a motion then? Pete, you want to make a motion?
Yes, I move we refer it to the Trails and Sidewalks Committee for started through the process that way.
Okay. All right. James, you want to say something?
Yeah, I had I know our sales tax revenues have been going lower, so that's really kind of my main concern. So what, are we not concerned at all with needing this $21 million down the road to finish everything?
Yeah, I think we're pretty comfortable at this point in time, even with the downturn in the sales tax revenues we've had, the slight downturn over this year. Mm-hmm. And the reason is because when we did our projections back when MAPS, we were kind of at a low point. And so we've had pretty good growth. So even if we don't meet them, our original projections on MAPS 3 are a little bit under what our annual projections are this year, at least, for sales tax revenues. So even if we don't meet what we project our general fund sales tax revenues are going to be, we're still going to be above what we originally projected because we were projecting from that low point back when we passed MAPS 3. And again, we've got $18 million in revenues over our projections at this point in time, and then another $3 million plus, a little close to $4 million on interest revenue that we have at this point in time. And that's without touching the original budgeted contingency or the added contingency that puts in. So I really do believe that MAPS 3 is in a very sound fiscal situation at this point in time.
So basically the MAPS 3 budget is still trending in the right direction?
Yes,
absolutely. Is that what I'm hearing?
Absolutely, yes.
Thanks.
I would add one other comment to agree with Larry. This is merely to keep our word. This is not adding a project or expanding a project. This is keeping our word. We said we unfortunately or fortunately designated how many miles we said we'd build, and this helps us get to that number. So I don't think it is in any way a open season on the contingency or the excess funds. I think it's just being consistent with what we said told the voters when we put this out to vote.
How do we, we made several commitments that we're not going to be able, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to. So how do you prioritize? We said, for example, that we would complete the Trails Master Plan, and other times we said we would almost completely. So are we acquiescing on trails and then prioritizing sidewalks, or how do we, which commitments get met and which, is this because it's a smaller amount that allows us to meet the commitment that we prioritize this?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
I think the MAPS is kind of like a foot-long hot dog. You don't eat it all in one bite. I mean, you have to take a bite when you can. And this is the bite we can take. And I don't think that says anything about trails. Trails is another matter. But I think if I look at them in my mind, and I try to prioritize what the things that we promised and the areas where we may be having some difficulty, this probably is the most glaring place where we're having difficulty. So I think you have to start there. If we continue to be as fortunate or as accurate with our projections as we were, then we'll be talking about this the next 3 or 4 years, I hope, doing other things. But I think this is just the only place. It seems to me that's why I've kind of harped on it although I did promise the mayor I'd shut up if he'd do this about November or December, and I have been quiet about it. But that's why, because I think this is the most glaring shortfall we had. Mm-hmm. We promised a fixed number of miles, and we know we're not going to be able to do it with the budget that we had. There's a lot of reasons. I'm not trying to, I don't think it makes any sense to get it too deep into why we didn't do it, but we couldn't do what we promised. And this is that first bite of the apple right here, or the hot dog right here.
Right.
And just
for clarification, I've read 70 and 75. How many miles?
Yeah, I think the number we ought to concentrate on is the entire MAPS 3 sidewalk plan that was formulated. That's over 100 miles, right. 118, right. I think. And we've already taken general fund money to supplement to get there. But I think that should be the council's long-term goal through MAPS 3 funding and general fund funding long-term.
And just to be specific, we don't really know how many miles we're going to get off of this because we haven't identified or designed it yet. So there's going to be some play in that at this point in time. But the mayor's correct. There's another $4 million that we have not gone forward with yet. We're about to. We're trying to come up with that list of general fund sidewalks also that's been approved. The budget amendment has been approved by this body.
So how did we arrive at the number $9 million, I guess is what?
Because right now it's our best guess to get us to that $70 to $75 million, or 70 to 75 mile range.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other comments or questions from council? All right, so we're sending this to the subcommittee. Cast your votes. Passed unanimously. Item 3D is a series of appointments to the Electrical Appeals and Code Commission. For a motion? So moved. All right, cast your votes. Passed unanimously. Item E, F, and G are the council's annual review of the 3 employees that the council hires. And I'll look for a motion, I guess, individually to move that into executive session so we can discuss.
Move item E to executive session.
Okay. Cast your votes. Passed unanimously.
Move item F to executive session.
Cast your votes. Passed unanimously.
Move item G to executive session.
Second. Cast your votes, and it passed unanimously. On to item 4, this is the Journal of Council Proceedings. Item 4A is to receive the Journal of Council Proceedings for October 22nd and 29th, and item 4B is to approve the Journal of Council Proceedings for October 15th. Any comments or questions on the Journal? All right, cast your votes. It passes unanimously. And item 5 is request for uncontested continuances.
Mayor, several this morning, starting on page 11 on the consent docket, under item 6AE1. 6AE1, it's a workers' comp claim by Hobart Boggs, and what we're asking is that be stricken, and then we'll modify that and bring that back in 2 weeks. And then moving to page 13, still on the consent docket, under item 6AL1, that item needs to be, there's some problems in the wording on that, and that will be stricken and brought back at a later date. And then moving to page 17, under item 8H1, item C, 11825 Rose Street, we ask that that be stricken. The owner has removed. And then on to item 8I1, item A, 1716 Albany Avenue, we ask that that be stricken. The owner has secured. Item C, 3100 South Goff. We ask that that be stricken. The owner has secured. Item G, 1020 Strucka Terrace. We ask that that be stricken. The owner has secured. Item I, 1732 Northwest 3rd Street. We ask that that be stricken. The owner has secured. Item J, 1117 Northwest 7th Street. We ask that that be stricken. The owner has secured. Item N, 3732 Northwest 23rd Street. We ask that that be stricken. The owner has secured.
All right, any other requests for uncontested continuances? All right, we'll recess the council meeting, convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority.
Mayor, I ask that item MFAF1 also be stricken. That's the companion item with the Boggs workers' comp claim.
Okay, noted. How about a motion on the MFA? All right, cast your votes. It passed unanimously. We'll adjourn the OCMFA, convene as the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority. 3 items. All right, we have a motion and a second on the PPA. Any comments or questions? All right, cast your votes. And it passed unanimously. We'll adjourn the OCPPA, convene as the Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust, just the claims and payroll today. Cast your votes. And it passed unanimously. We'll adjourn the OCEAT and reconvene the council meeting with the consent docket. Do we have a motion? Okay, subject to individual considerations, and we have a second. Any comments or questions here from council? Yeah, Larry?
6N.
N is in Nancy? All right.
AJ.
AJ. All right. All right, Larry, you want to get started with item N?
Thank you, Your Honor. This is a very exciting project for Woodson Park. I see Wendell just came in. I wasn't going to have Wendell speak to this unless he'd like to, but very exciting. Over a $5 million upgrade to Woodson Park with an adult baseball field being put in, some new soccer facilities, and some other parking and some other amenities. And I think it's an excellent move for this part of town to upgrade Woodson Park, and I commend the Park and Recreation people for bringing it forward. I know the people out there will be happy to have this put into use in the next year or so. Thank you, Wendell.
Actually, I think we can get a presentation on this and learn more about it.
Yes, sir.
Jim Crosby is here.
Morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Jim Crosby from Planning Design Group. I'm going to represent the design team and kind of just real briefly go through the project with you and then answer any questions that you might have. The other members of the team, or the prime members of the team, is Johnson & Associates Civil Engineering and ADG Architecture. Okay, first slide you see just kind of orients you. Woodson Park is split by I-44. The eastern part of the park was renovated, or at least the football fields, and there was an additional playground added, I think in 11, is that right, Larry, or 12? This project takes place on the west side of I-44. You'll see it labeled there project site, bordered by 29th Street on the north and Independence on the west. The master plan is kind of a full-purpose park, but it focuses on soccer and adult / high school baseball. There's an existing field there now. That field is being rebuilt over on the south part of the property, and then the soccer complex to the north with a playground and detention and basketball facility kind of in the central area. The soccer fields is a full age group soccer complex. This illustrates the different sizes of the fields. It's really versatile, though. Like the field that's labeled adult can feature 2 medium-sized fields or on up to 6 or 8 smaller fields. The baseball field, as I said, is for an adult league that currently plays in the city, and possibly looking at a high school team coming back to this area that used to play in the past. This facility does not have a concession stand. It has a restroom facility, nice bleachers, full-size field. Could we go back to the soccer just real quick? Soccer, we have a full concession stand and restroom facility centrally located there, and then we have a nice corridor, kind of like what we did at Will Rogers Tennis Center years ago, provide shade and areas to sit and congregate between the games. When they're having a tournament, it gives them somewhere to stay on the site and be ready for the next game. Okay, moving past here, here's the playground area, central playground, nice playground. The lower area that has kind of the orange color around it would be for 2 to 5-year-olds. The bigger piece above that would be for 5 to 12-year-olds, and then swing facilities on the other side. Some of the features, we tried to tie it back in with kind of the historical aspects of the original park and Four Corners Park, and we used stone material at the entries and tried to give it a little bit of a historical look without spending a lot of money. We tried to use that sparingly but hit the high points with the stonework. So at our entries off of Independence, we have gates with signage and small walls, short walls. And then into our main facilities, the soccer and the baseball facility, we have signs, arch signs over the entryway with some stone accent. Timeline-wise, we have 100% plans ready. If this is approved today, we're ready to advertise for bid this week. It's kind of a fast-track project. We plan on opening bids in November and getting a contractor on board and started in December before the end of the year. And that's for a completion of spring of 15 so that games could start spring of 15. That'll give us some time for grow-in. One thing that we've done here with our budget of $5.2 million, as was stated, is we're going to solid sod the whole field. And so we have 2 milestones in our contract. All the sod on the fields has to be done by the end of July of 14 so that it allows it to have the remainder of the summer and the fall to grow in so that it's ready for play in spring of 15 again. That's too aggressive for the whole project to be done, so the whole project will be completed in the fall of 14, October, November, but the grass on the playing fields themselves would be down in the summer. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Jim? Yeah, Larry?
One thing I forgot to mention was asked up here, the funds for this are coming from the 2007 bond program, and the time between the voters approving a bond program and the work actually starting does lengthen out because of the requirements for not raising the property tax levy. But so we're excited to see this being done, and thank you for your work on this.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
Just one additional comment. I spent many hours over there at Woodson Park in the east side of the park, and certainly there's a tremendous number of young people who will be able to utilize this park, and I think this is just money well spent. It's going to be a great investment, and the more types of activities like this that we can get the youth involved with, I'm sure it will help reduce opportunities for them to get into more problematic type activities. So I really do commend the Parks Department on putting this project together.
One thing I neglected to say is, this ties into the, central citywide trail system. We also planned for a link, the airport trail that will cut through the park, and we've planned for that and show a preliminary schematic of that to go through the park so that we don't have to disrupt the park when that's added. And then we've also added, speaking of sidewalks, we've added new sidewalks all the way down Independence and down 29th Street around the perimeter of the park.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more presentation, but James, you want to go ahead and speak on AJ?
Sure. This is an item that is extending the contract with Jacobs Engineering for the streetcar project. Nothing in my mind has changed in my opposition to the streetcar, so that's really why I bring this up. I think that as long as there is a chance that we can send it back to the voters to get their take on it, I'm going to be against it and not be able to vote in favor of continuing the process along. So, and I think at the point that where there is no turning back is when we have a contract signed with a construction company where the rails are going in the street. So, so I would just, do I need to make a motion to pull that out and vote on it separately?
Yeah, we can amend the original motion to be on for everything except AJ.
Okay.
And then we could ask for a motion on AJ
Right.
independently.
Okay.
Okay. All right, and we have a presentation for, is it Todd Gralla?
Todd Gralla is here to talk about the Expo Building, MAPS 3 project out at the fairgrounds.
Good morning, Mayor Cornett and council members. I'm Todd Gralla with Populous, the design architect for the Expo Hall at the Oklahoma State Fair Park. I also have with me Representatives Alan Brown and Chris Marszewski with Frankfurt Shore Bergia, the prime architect. So I'll give a brief presentation on our design for the new Expo Hall at State Fair Park. A couple of key issues first, though, because there are some key design criteria that needed to be met with this project. One of the most key things is to produce a building that has a net hall space of 200,000 contiguous square feet for the exhibitions that occur at State Fair Park, with minimal columns within that space so that the space is very flexible. We also wanted to have a very easy building to utilize in terms of load in, load out, and effective delivery of utilities and services to that floor so that our events could occur very easily at State Fair Park. We also obviously want to use high durability materials, considering the long-term aspects of maintaining facilities at Fair Park, and continue to improve the impression of visitors when they go to State Fair Park for events, both our citizens here in Oklahoma City as well as visitors from outside of the city. So this site plan shows the current location of the Travel and Transportation Building and Carriage Hall, which both will be replaced with the new Expo Building, which is indicated with the hatched darker outline. We'll have primary parking to the south of that building, and then of course where our Phase 1 improvements at the State Fair Park are is the large parking area along May Avenue to the east. And I'll go around the building with some renderings to show you a little bit of the architecture. This is the main entry to the building. One thing that we wanted to be sure to include in the design of this building was a very welcoming entry with a lot of glass where people could see into the building. You could see out of the building as well to the grounds, because we have a lot of events that have exhibits and displays out on the grounds itself. This is something that we typically haven't had with our Fair Park buildings through history here in Oklahoma City. So to have a very welcoming and open building for visitors. As we go around the building, you'll see this is, again, on the south side near the main entry with some exterior toilet entries. As you know, we have a lot of events, such as the State Fair itself, where we have visitors on the grounds that need facilities, so we provided access to those facilities from the exterior of the building and from the opposite side of the entry. Our main building materials on this building are masonry walls up to approximately 16 feet with metal paneling above, metal roofing, and a pre-engineered steel building. And going around to the back, which is the north side of the building, towards our service areas, and this view is approximately from the entry of the Norrick Coliseum and the opposite corner from the Arts Annex. Another thing that you'll note is that on each corner of this building we have secondary entry points, and that's to serve the hall directly from the exterior of the building during the State Fair, as well as during other very large events such as the Fair of the Heart, which use other buildings on the grounds as well. And this is a view of the main entrance area, showing the inside ticketing. Again, we wanted to provide nice pre-post gathering area for our events and visitors, where they could come inside out of the weather to buy tickets and have meeting points. You'll also note above the the masonry banded wall, some art, and that is a potential location for the public art feature of this project. And a rendering inside the main hall itself, which shows approximately half of the length of the hall with an equipment show going on. And this is a rendering looking approximately northwest with the roof cutaway, so you can see the scale of the hall and the type of events that are capable of being hosted in the building. As I mentioned, the load-in, load-out is very important. We provided in this design a very large hangar door where we can actually bring very large items into this building, which to this point we do not have the capability to bring super large items such as a combine into our buildings at State Fair Park. Looking at the floor plan, the tan shaded area is the 201,000 square foot expo hall. Kind of yellow area to the south, plan south, is the main entrance. We have ticketing, offices, money room, toilets for those staff in that space, as well as the gray and blue purple spaces to the left and to the right on the south, and then the center on the north are our toilets. So we've got toilets that are easily accessible from the entire floor of the hall, as well as the toilets in the south are accessible from outside the building. We also have concession stands, which are gray, and we have 4 of those which provide full cooking and provide also very easy access from all visitors within the hall. Centered in the light blue on the top is the new commercial kitchen and commissary, which will serve not only this building, but the entire Fair Park itself. And as I mentioned, the limiting the number of columns and increasing flexibility of this building is a very important factor. So we've developed a design using a pre-engineered building for the economy of the system. However, we've actually achieved very good structural spacing with a 90, 120, 90 grid from south to north. So we have a clear span of 120 feet down the center of the building for very large exhibits and items, as well as a 60-foot grid from west to east. And typically in a building of this type, you would have a 60-foot grid throughout the entire building. So we think we've achieved a great flexible design for the people of Oklahoma City. And as I mentioned also, the delivery of utilities to the floor is very important. We have a very, very large floor at 200,000 square feet and not many columns. So really the only way to effectively deliver utilities is through a floor box system. We're evaluating 2 different floor boxes right now because we realize they have to be extremely durable and weather tight because we're bringing very large items into the building, very heavy items, as well as we have a large space to clean with floor sweepers, which usually use water. So we realize the challenges in this and have a very good design in place. And again, load in, load out. You can see the yellow areas our arrows are our at-grade load-in points. We have to realize that our buildings at Oklahoma State Fair are a little bit different than a convention center in that we have a lot of exhibitors and users of our spaces that are the general public. I'll call them mom and pop exhibitors that want to bring their own vehicle into the building to load and unload. So at-grade access is very important. However, at the red on the northwest, the red arrows are loading docks. So we have also commercial loading docks, which is something that typically we haven't had at the State Fair Park. So very, very good load in, load out. And again, to mention the toilet accessibility. We wanted to have toilets that are accessible from both inside the building and outside, so that when we don't have a ticketed event in the building, such as the State Fair, where one ticket gets you into the grounds, we have very good services for our visitors onto Fair Park grounds. And the elevations, the east and west elevations showing materials, again, the masonry at the bottom for great durability with metal paneling above. And the south and north elevations showing the main entrance, which is mostly glass curtain wall with cow wall for great daylighting, great experience, and then the service area on the north side. And we have a brief animation to give you a quick fly-around tour of the building and grounds. So this is starting approximately on the southeast corner of the building, flying around over the Arts Annex and over the Centennial Building, looking at the service area, which is on the north side of the building. We can see our trash compactors. We have our kitchen in the center of the building, commercial loading docks, and then we're now swinging around approximately over the Super Barn towards the Newark Coliseum, looking at the west end of the building. We've tried to also, as you'll note, preserve as much space outside the building for exhibits and sponsor items. And then around the south side of the building towards the main entry. As I mentioned, we consider that entry element very important. It faces most visitors as they enter the Fair Park. The main gate is now Gate 5 off of May Avenue. So most visitors, when they drive into Fair Park, will experience this building first and this main entrance vestibule. So through the main entrance vestibule, showing the ticketing windows, public art, and then into the main hall. And this just depicts some of the layout flexibility of the main hall floor. So this building finally gives the Fair Park the ability to host very large trade shows and exhibitions within one contiguous space, where previously and up to now we've had to separate many of the large buildings, such as the Fair of the Heart, into several buildings. So if you're sleeping, hopefully that woke you up. Along with this project, because the site building, the building signage, both interior and exterior, is very important to a building of this scale, obviously, in public assembly space. But also, we've taken the liberty of, we're taking a look at the entire campus of Fair Park for Mr. O'Toole in terms of directional signage, wayfinding, and looking at such as gate signage on May Avenue, and integrating technology where what you see where it says welcome guests may be an LED technology where we can change the message. We have pedestrian level signage pods that may also integrate LED technology so we can change the message of what's happening in buildings, what's happening in certain parts of Fair Park during very large events. Looking at schedule, we are on schedule to bid this project currently in May with the start of construction immediately following State Fair of 2014, pending approval of the design so we can move forward with the construction documents. And budget, we are on budget through this preliminary design. Our budget is approximately $44.54 million. And there's a quick breakdown of where our costs lie at this point with fees, bonds, allowance. We have our art allowance included, 1%. We have a locomotive that we have to remove and relocate, as well as a budget for furniture, fixtures, and equipment, which helps the building actually operate once it's in place. And we are currently sitting at our budget of $44.5 million. Of course, with any public project, we're also exploring alternatives even in this early process, which may be add alternates depending on our actual bid prices that we receive. So we're looking at items that might be upgraded in terms of finishes in the building, and in particular, we're looking at the integration of more technology in the building in terms of wayfinding and information technology for the guests and visitors. So that is our preliminary design presentation, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, David. Mayor, are you or maybe Tim able to speak about the increase in usage once this new facility is available to be used, as far as number of weekends or in terms of rental fees?
I would defer that to Mr. O'Toole.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, in the, we had a consultant that did us a preliminary study on a prototype building. There's several factors that will increase our usage. Number one is that we have existing customers who would like to grow their existing shows and put the majority of the show under one roof. So the 200,000 square foot under one roof gives us a market that we are currently not in. So as an example would be our RV and boat shows that currently come to Oklahoma City. They do not receive marketing support from the national manufacturers because they are a small show, even though they might be in 6 buildings that are 300,000 square feet. So to get you, it's kind of a minimum thing. Believe it or not, more money is given to the same show in Tulsa, even though we're a larger market, but because their shows are under one roof. And whereas right now, our shows are not under one roof. So that's one factor that helps us there. The second factor is we deal with promoters that bring in national trade shows and flat floor shows, and those promoters are looking for larger regional locations. An example would be the people who currently bring to us the Home and Garden Show. Well, they also produce consumer electronic shows, plumbing fixture shows, and things like that, that they would love to be able to bring those shows to Oklahoma City as a regional show once we had a facility of this size. So the 200,000 is kind of the minimum amount that the research tells us. We think it'll increase our event days. We're currently busy. It's the type of shows and the largest shows, but we believe there should be an increase of our event days somewhere in the, once we're fully occupied, somewhere in the range of 15 to 25% of total event days.
Great. Thank you.
Sure.
One final comment, and this goes back to the 1% of the total construction cost for art. $440,000 is a lot of money, but we have an opportunity here to really make a statement with the appearance, and if we could double that, say to require a 2% allocation to the artwork, I think it would really make a statement, and sometimes this is the only opportunity people from out of state have a chance to come in and visit the city. So just a plug again, to consider increasing the requirement from 1% to 2% of the cost of new facilities with respect to the artwork. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, Larry?
Yeah, kind of a related question, but not, I don't think, Tim, you can answer this. I was asked last night at a neighborhood meeting, the construction on May Avenue between 10th Street and Reno. I gave the answer. I think it's as part of getting the fairgrounds ready for the new building in the future. Is that a correct statement?
Well, that's actually a general obligation bond project that had was on the schedule of all the general obligation bonds. Although part of the project, it does some enhancement with May Avenue, but part of the project is the realignment of what I call the cattywampus General Pershing.
Jean Pershing, May.
Pardon?
Jean Pershing in May.
No, yeah, not Pershing in May. There's some work being done at Pershing in May, but at the Pershing in May to realign that and straighten it. is what we're doing. And that helps traffic come and go. It gives us a signal light there to come and go off of the property.
Okay. All right. Thank you both. All right. Well, I'm understanding we have a motion for the consent docket with the exception of AJ, and then we'll vote on that separately. Is council clear on that? All right. So we'll vote on the consent docket minus AJ. It passed unanimously. Now I need a motion on AJ. Okay. Second. Okay. We have a motion second. We're voting on item AJ, and it passes 6-1. On to the concurrence docket. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions on any item listed under the concurrence? All right, cast your votes. It passed unanimously. Item 8 begins a series of items that require a separate vote. The first is an ABC issue in Ward 4. The address is 9501 South Shields Boulevard. Pete?
Dean, do you represent this? If you can come up, please. We traded phone calls, and I apologize for not being able to get back to you for this morning because I just have a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
In the past, this facility has been used as an adult entertainment facility. Is that going to be part of this
No.
now?
It's what it is right now, has been there 3 years.
Right.
So I don't know about anything previous to that.
It was an adult entertainment facility. But there's no intention.
There is no adult entertainment.
Okay, that's fine. That's all I want to know.
Yes, sir.
Approval.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Anyone here hoping to speak on item 8A2? All right, cast your votes. It passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Item 8B is for a partial street closing on Northwest 76th Street. Oh, you're right. The vote we just had was on 8A1. Now we're going to vote on item 8A2. Thank you, Francis. This is a zoning case in Ward 7 at 4224 North Lincoln Boulevard. It's currently O2 General Office and C3 Community Commercial. John?
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This will allow the Infant Crisis Center to expand and actually build a warehouse. And I see the Executive Director, President, and CEO is here. Can you briefly tell us about the Infant Crisis Center? And I'm definitely glad that the Infant Crisis Center is in Ward 7. I had the opportunity to visit their site several times, and they do great work for not only the city of Oklahoma City, but also the state of Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mickey, we'll need your name and address for the record.
Mickey Ferris, 4224 North Lincoln Boulevard. It's the address of Infant Crisis Services. We built this facility almost 5 years ago, and when we moved into our warehouse, pretty much we immediately found that we had outrun the warehouse. We served 13,000 babies last year, providing the basic necessities of life, and this year we're on track to serve 17,000. We've opened a branch and more at Platt College on Eastern after the tornado, and that's a very active spot. And we just launched a baby mobile, which is serving about 50 babies a day, every day that we're out, and we're out 8 days a month. So we're going to serve another 450 there. So we're growing, and we don't have the capacity to match that growth in our current warehouse. We're also going to have a volunteer area in the warehouse. So I ask for you to approve this expansion so we can serve more babies that are in need in our community.
All right, thank you, Mickey, and also thank you to the Infant Crisis Center for everything that you do in our city and also our state. I move for approval.
Second. All right, we're casting a vote on item 8A2. Passed unanimously. Item 8B is a partial street closing in Ward 2. The address, well, it's Northwest 76th Street between Hudson and Harvey. Ed, you okay with this?
I am. This is to Unified property owned by the applicant. No protest, unanimous approval by the Planning Commission. I move for approval.
All right, cast your votes on item 8B. It passed unanimously. Item 8C is a zoning case in Ward 6 at 2100 Northwest 10th Street. We have one person that has signed up to speak, Marilyn Blackburn. Morning, Marilyn.
Morning.
We'll need your name and address for the
Carolyn
record.
Blackburn. I reside at 1101 North Barnes, which is across the street from the site. I would like to thank Meg Salyer, she isn't present this morning, and the Zoning Commission for actually coming in and helping us with, we have multiple problems in that area. When we first learned that the Salvation Army was going in with offices and warehouse, we were thrilled. We have been inundated by homeless. At the first Planning Commission, that was the first notice we'd had, and apparently they'd had meetings for a year before we even knew anything was going in on this variation, or whatever you want to call it. We have 22 sites within 2 miles of this area that are missions, that are feeding sites, that are pantries, food pantries. The main concession we asked for was the feeding site. We have a horrible situation in the 2100 block of West Park that the Zoning Commission is working on, thank goodness. But we have been overwhelmed by transients. We understand after meetings, we've had 3 meetings with the Salvation Army, some of the problem was actually on their site. We had a tent city with prostitutes that were operating 100 feet from my bedroom window. They kept promising to clean it up. They finally, last week, did something. This has been going on since August. I would like to say thank you to Georgie Rasco with the Neighborhood Alliance and to J.J. Chambliss for his assistance. We have had so much animosity with the Salvation Army. They've been rude, arrogant, dismissive. We had 177 signatures at the last Planning Commission, and it's like, oh, look, it's the same 3 or 4 people that are here speaking before us again. Oh, well. Well, the neighborhood I live in is very disadvantaged, and it's highly Hispanic. If those people don't work, they don't get paid. Well, I sat 7 hours at the last Planning Commission to get blown off. We're very disappointed. It seems like, I love Oklahoma City. I've lived here, I've been in that house for half my life, which is 34 years, so I'm pushing 70. I have wonderful Hispanic neighbors. We have a problem with communication sometimes, but they're buying, they're getting their citizenship, they're fixing up. We have all of these other, all we asked for was, can you have more warehouse space? Can you have, their housing? We understand that. They have to move. They have some control there. They do some screening. These people that are coming into these feeding sites have $1 a month phones. They network. They go from place to place to place on bus passes. I'm not unsympathetic. I've been where I've had $7 a week to live on with a baby years ago. I'm not unsympathetic. We've just been overrun, and since they've taken the overpasses and the bridges out downtown, all of those people have moved to the nearest place. And we kind of feel like it's a situation, if you build it, they'll come. These people are losing the neighborhood. We have a situation in the next block with 45 drug addicts that are being illegally housed. And thank God the city's doing something about that. We've been just helpless. We feel overrun. I appreciate your time. I'm sure this is an exercise in futility, but I have never been so poorly treated by a service organization in my life. I worked for Oklahoma City Public Schools. I spent 12 years at the Attorney General's office. I was the bond coordinator for your MAPS programs. This is a wonderful place to live, but some of us need some help. I just recently found out that the person that has acted primarily as a spokesperson for the Salvation Army is Mr. Pickle, who is in fact the contractor. And then when I looked up last night and I looked up at the agenda, apparently they're asking for the entire 26.5 acres to be allowed to have this variance. Now they're presenting also a phase 2, which would be a soccer field and a community garden. 10th Street is so busy. We have probably 50, 60 young children within a 3-block area there. Somebody's going to get hit and killed. There's no traffic control at the crest of the hill. It's between Penn and Young's. If they go in there with that, are we not going to have a say? Are they just going to be able to do what they want with the remainder of the acreage? I mean, we're very concerned. The Hispanics that we had 177 signatures went home in tears, came by my house in tears after the last planning commission and said, we're just lost. There goes everything. It's very sad. I'm very proud and happy to be a taxpayer and have been all my life in this community, that we feel like we're getting kicked in the teeth. We are getting some help, but it is not coming. They won't even listen to us. They wouldn't even look at the pictures of the problem on their own site until television got involved in it. That's very, very sad commentary. I'm very ashamed of the way this has been handled. You know, I just really, really appreciate your time. I'm sorry Ms. Salyer isn't here. She has been helpful. These people don't get it. They don't understand. They want their way, and they're going to get it. We know that. We've got, you got big money behind this. We're just, that at least I feel like I've represented my neighbors and myself, and I do appreciate your time. I'm not a public speaker. I'm just a person who's worked all my life. I've worked 2 jobs most of the time to stay afloat. And, this was my retirement home. And now it's just, I can't go in the yard without pepper spray. But I do think the police, finally are aware of some of the problems we're having. I don't know how they weren't, because they're out there 3 or 4 times a week to this one site. We realize that isn't the Salvation Army, but bringing in, they've given us figures of 100 extra people a week to 1,000 people a week that they want to bring in there and feed and have no control over. That's a hopeless feeling. Okay. It's a really, really, really hopeless feeling. And we just don't know what their future plans are.
Okay. Marilyn, thank you. We
thank
appreciate
you very much.
Yeah,
I do appreciate it.
You bet. Councilwoman Salyer is not here, as Marilyn said. She is in favor of this, and I think she's talked to some other members of council. Yeah, Larry?
Yes, Meg has talked to me at length and asked me if I would make a recommendation that the council support this, so I'm going to move this particular application.
Okay. Second. All right. Any comments or questions then on item 8C?
Yeah, I have some. And without calling the lady back up here, the issue I understand is the fact that they'll be feeding homeless there at the facility. Is that the main activity that'll be there?
There'll be multiple social services activities on the property, but there is the feeding site. There's also an emergency shelter for overnight stay. There's a chapel, and then I don't remember the total number of additional social services that they'll provide. So there'll be people coming and going, there'll be people staying there, and then the feeding site will be open to people that as they come in.
Bob, were there any modifications to the original plans to take into account the citizens' concerns that were raised?
The Salvation Army had, I think, 3 meetings with them. The feeding, the area in the shelter where the individuals will stay is to the south. Tried to get it away from the residential to the north.
Okay.
you might ask the applicant, he may have some other revisions that they made that...
Sure. Could they come forward?
Council, I'm Jeffrey Lara. I'm the Director of Operations for the Salvation Army Central Oklahoma Area Command. Address is 311 Southwest 5th currently. The question, I guess, is about the programs and services. You can see, I guess, the artist rendering up there, kind of an aerial view of the facility. The right-hand side of that picture is the north. The taller section is the chapel. The neighborhood that's in question is directly across the street of 10th Street. Initially, when we did meet, been a year and a half ago, almost, with the Neighborhood Alliance, and heard some of their concerns and their comments. So the actual design of the building was somewhat based on input from some of the residents in the surrounding neighborhoods. And as was mentioned, the housing section is the far south side of that building, that kind of the longer wing on the left side of that picture, the far south. The main entrance, that arched canopy there with the circle drive, there's an aerial view. The circle drive, the main entrance there off of Pennsylvania, actually, is the main entrance for our social service section, which is the utility assistance, the food pantry. We give coats out in the winter. We give fans out in the summer, utility assistance programs and things. Main entrance is there. All the way to the west, or the left side of that, the parking lot there on the southwest corner of this, which is about equivalent to about 6 or 7 acres that we're developing of that property, is the shelter clients, parking for the shelter clients, the shelter entrances in the back of the building. There is a chapel, kind of community spaces, public rooms, in the far north. The ball fields that Ms. Blackburn was talking about are actually not even on this diagram. It's on the west side of that, the acreage there that we own.
How many individuals can the facility accommodate?
The shelter, there'll be 103 beds total in the shelter, and currently we operate, our shelter facilities have a capacity of 98. So we're certainly not growing our operation from what we do downtown currently. The dining room, for the kitchen and the dining room, will get bigger than we have now. We currently seat about 80 people in our dining room at a maximum capacity. So the dining room here will seat about 130, depending upon the configuration of the tables and things.
Do you have any plans to address the concern of the residents as far as the individuals going into their property? I mean, can you do anything?
Well, sure. Coming into this neighborhood, this is our neighborhood as well. The people that Ms. Blackburn had mentioned setting up their tents and things like that, they're actually trespassing on Salvation Army property. So we've obviously taken care of that. And just recently, like she said, this past week, got authorization to clear out a tree row where some tents had been. It doesn't show it well on this detail, but this property around the shelter area, basically all of that green area is fenced. And the main entrance, like I said, for the social services, including the public feeding portion of the programming, will be through that where that circle drive is there. Clients coming in and out through there. We currently have, like I said, 100 beds, and our clients eat in shifts. The women and children come first, about 4:15 to 4:45 is their meal time. Then the men, families come, and then men come. So they eat in shifts. Once our shelter clients eat, which is 100 people, 103 maximum occupancy in here, then the public is allowed to come in and eat. We have interior waiting areas for them. They'll come in and eat, and then once they're dismissed, then they leave. Very seldom do we have unsheltered homeless coming in and out. There's normally people in the neighborhood. And because the neighborhood residents downtown where we are currently on Southwest 5th, the neighborhood is becoming less and less populated with residents. Our numbers are declining. I anticipate numbers to go up once we move into this facility, just because there's more people in the neighborhood and more people are eligible to eat. Most of those people are just You can tell from our statistics that the number of people that come in and eat increases closer to the end of the month because they are out of money before the month is over, and they just need something to eat. So they're out of food in their houses, so they come and receive our services. Most of them work. They come after work and eat and then go back home. It's just the population that we serve.
Well, it's certainly a service that is very much needed in our city. The only thing I would ask is that the Salvation Army provide a person who would be sensitive to the concerns of the citizens, the residents in the immediate area, and be the liaison between those groups and any concerns that are presented.
Absolutely. Currently, that's me, and if I've not done a good job, I can certainly step up my efforts to do that. But in the new facility, we have additional office spaces and spaces dedicated in the social service section for community outreach programs, and we will have a dedicated staff person in addition to a volunteer coordinator, in addition to myself, in addition to the Salvation Army officers that will be officed here.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. We have a motion. Do we have a second on item 8C? Yes. All right. Cast your votes. It passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Item 8D is a zoning case in Ward 1. The address is 11900 Northwest 10th. It's currently R1 single-family residential. It will become a new planned unit development. And James, we have a few people that have signed up to speak.
I think we should start with the developers, let them present the PUD, and then we'll move on to the protesters.
All right.
Mayor, members of council, my name is Dennis Fox, 522 Colcord Drive, and I'm here on behalf of the property owner and applicant. And I want to give a special thanks to Councilperson Greiner, who has taken a lot of time to meet not only with the protestants but the property owner, and has listened throughout this process. This is a case unlike most cases that you all as the council have seen in the last few years, in that there's over 600 people that have signed a protest petition. The first meeting that we went to was at the church, which is located directly to the east of this property, and conservatively I'd say there was probably 200 people at that meeting, and Councilman Greiner was there, and we are very appreciative. This council has not seen this kind of intensity on protest in many cases over the last few years, but I know Councilman White and I were involved. He was on the council and I was representing an applicant. It wasn't in his ward, but at 30th and Villa, one of the most controversial cases that I've been involved in 35 years came up in the 80s, and that was a case where a property was to be built for an apartment project, and the neighborhoods went ballistic, said that this was going to cause all kinds of problems for their neighborhoods. It would, in essence, destroy the neighborhoods, and they had a unique issue in that they said that also the sewers wouldn't take care of this property. We hired a contractor, went and found that there was no sewer problems. As you all know, just north of the Shepherd Mall property, there's an existing apartment project. That was the project that became so controversial. And in essence, it has served two types of individuals. One, many students that go to OCU, and two, many elderly that want to be close to shopping and close to Baptist temples. So, that's an example that sometimes the fears and worries that neighborhoods have maybe don't come into fruition. I understand that apartments, and in this case, our one apartment project, we modified our PUD over 20 times through this process, but we could never get over the hurdle that we were going to have one apartment project that would have up to 350 units. It's kind of interesting, when I pulled the paper this morning on the business section, they had an article about all the apartments downtown, And the lead story in that article said, a downtown housing boom is underway with more than 1,000 apartments set to be built this next year. There was no issue with the apartments being built. There was an issue with the concrete trucks coming in at 4:30. Now, if we think about what has excited this city in regard to some of the developments that have taken place in Oklahoma City, there have been numerous apartments that have been built in Bricktown. There's an apartment that's being built at 13th and Walker, and there has not been that same outcry. So you have to ask yourself, well, what about one apartment project at this location is so bad? From our standpoint, I think it's important in the documents we gave you, and when you look at the aerial view, this property consists of 72 acres. It has 72 acres. It actually is next to a vacant tract owned by the church that is zoned R4. It has Drakestone development, which is in Oklahoma City, which is directly to the east and south, and there's a grove of trees that sit next to it, so we try to incorporate that into our PUD. North of 10th Street is Yukon, and so at least at the Planning Commission, and the majority of people that came were from Yukon, and this area is unique in that there is commercial zoning directly to the east of what's shown as the single-family subdivision. So when we started this project many, many months ago, we met with your planning staff, and as you can tell, this is a difficult site. It's got I-40. It has an access ramp that comes off I-40. It has 10th Street. We've got zoning that's both commercial and R4, and we have two neighborhoods. So when we sat down with your staff, we asked, well, what would be appropriate at this location? And I think it's important for us to remember, when you deal with zoning and you deal with the kinds of questions that you all deal with every day, you deal with issues like walkability, you deal with sustainability. In fact, I thought the mayor's comments and the manager's comments on Friday's seminar were very appropriate, dealing with the new update for the Oklahoma City Plan. And I think the Oklahoma City Plan is important. In this case, we comply with the Oklahoma City Plan. When we talk to the neighbors about what would be acceptable, we were told single family at this location would be acceptable, and I submit to you, if we went back and talked to the planners for your city, they would tell you that single family was probably not the best and most appropriate, and the answer would be because of sustainability. What we tried to do was include not only open space, walking trails, and buffers, but we also provided for office and commercial. So when you look off Interstate 40, what you're going to find is, over the years, if this PUD is approved, you will see commercial development that will occur along with the residential development. We, as indicated, have made 20 modifications to this PUD. The one modification that we couldn't make that really was at the heart of this issue was apartments. The interesting thing about this property, not only the interstate, the off-ramp, the R4 to the east, the straight R4, and then when you look at the map that's on your screen, Yukon, directly east of the subdivision to the north, has commercial zoning. But the lots that abut 10th Street are lots that ODOT, when they did improvements, they took property, and most of those lots are owned by the owners of the homes which face on the residential street and face to the north. So, you know, we took that, and you can look at the dimensions in regard to our setbacks. We modified our buffer, and we've got a 30-foot buffer all along 10th Street. With regard to the apartments, we have provided that they will be two-story on the outside, ring and maximum of 3-story on the inside ring, limited to 350 units. Then we have some senior housing, we have office, and we have commercial. So when you look at this property, we have tried to do everything we could to work within the confines of making a development that was not only appropriate for your comprehensive plan, but would be something that a developer could develop and do development that was in conformance with the Oklahoma City plan. Drakestone, which is in Oklahoma City, there is a item in your staff report that talks about connecting 6th Street. The neighbors did not want 6th Street to be connected. We agree. We think that it should not be connected. But we went further, and we've got a 100-foot buffer, which is a grove of trees that are adjacent to Drakestone that will remain. And that is part of the PUD that we would ask you to review today. I'm here to answer any questions. I know it's a difficult case, but again, Councilman Greiner, thank you for the time and effort you put in on this case. And any questions, I would be here to answer. Thank you.
James, we have some people that have signed up to speak. Do you want to say something?
Well, could I just ask some clarification on your presentation, Dennis? Where would the senior housing be located?
Senior housing would be right here.
And that's the area closest to the residential area?
That is correct.
Okay.
Quick question to the, I'm sorry.
No, that was the main question.
Okay, the senior housing, would it be tax credit?
No, we have no definite plans. We have just provided limitations, and so it would have to be senior housing. There's no applications have been made for the senior housing. That's kind of premature. We've got to get the zoning first. So,
Dennis, do you have a plan for the commercial? What is it, retail or office or?
The retail, we would anticipate wrapping around the ramp and also retail in this area. Now, the senior housing tract, which is located right here, could also be developed as office. Senior housing, didn't work, then we felt office development would be appropriate.
Just one final question.
Yes, sir.
The R1 that's kind of in that triangle between the off-ramp and Interstate 40, just below that one, is that developed currently, or is it vacant?
It's vacant.
And the one above it, is it vacant also?
It's vacant also.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
Good. How many people signed up?
Looks like 4.
4? Well, I know there's more than 4 protesters here, so can everybody stand up that's here in protest? I know you guys have picked out some spokespeople, so everybody doesn't have to come up and talk, so, okay, thanks. All right, so yeah.
All right.
Now we can move on then.
I'll call the people up one at a time. I'll ask them to keep their comments to 3 minutes or less. Merle Smith.
Morning.
Morning. Merle,
My name is
name and
Merle
address for
Smith,
the record.
and I live at 209 Snowmass Drive, Yukon. That's in the Parkland 2 addition, which is just north of 10th Street. Yukon may be in need of a few improvements, but apartments aren't one of them, and that's my main concern. Yesterday, I did a quick survey of apartments in the area within 2 miles. Most all had vacancies or upcoming vacancies. Apartment complexes and units, I've got them listed here. Autumn Ridge, which is a senior housing, they had openings, of course. But I'm not going to list those, but there's 60 units there. Cedar Ridge has 40 units. Chapel Ridge has 200. Charlemagne Apartments has 161. Colonial Hills has 234. Highland Point has 231. And there's 2 other complexes the lady told me about in that same area, but they weren't listed in the Yellow Pages. I'm just going strictly by what was in the Yellow Pages. Stone Ridge has 62, and the Links has 492 apartments. Valley Forge has 34. And as I mentioned, these are just listings that were in the yellow pages. It took me about 15 minutes to call these and ask if they had openings, and most of them wanted me to come right in. I might mention that because they definitely needed people to come in and sign up for their leases. Also, Yukon has rent houses and duplexes, which are listed in the Yukon Review each week. An abundance of apartments plus the added threat of crime. There's no light at the corner of Bryce Canyon and 10th Street, and that's how we get out of the addition. And it's hard to get out now. Plus, the access road off I-40, I'd invite anybody to go out there between 4:30 and 6 and see how long it takes you to get to 10th Street. So I just ask that you consider these concerns. We just don't need any more apartments in the area. And also, the other concern is that as far west as we are, since that's considered Oklahoma City, I'm afraid it'd take too long for any kind of response, such as fire department or the police department. I thank you for your consideration.
Thanks, Merle. Steve Lynch.
Morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Steve Lynch. I'm at 304 East Parkland Drive in Yukon. And I was one of the representatives that was here to speak for all of our members. When we went to the Planning Commission, we had about 12 or 14 people that actually came up and spoke their concerns. So, PUD 1503, Negative Impact 1, the Yukon school system. President Suzanne Cannon, Vice President Karen Youngblood, and Superintendent Bill Denton have all voiced the same opinion with concerns over the increase of traffic to the Yukon school system, as well as dissatisfaction of hosting a larger number of students with no tax base to pay for the increase of these students. Negative impact number 2. The addition of a convenience store and gas station as designed by PUD 1503 is redundant. There is a convenience store and gas station 4/10 of a mile east on 10th Street. The proposal of retail shops, and there is currently a retail center being constructed right now that is located at South Yukon Boulevard and Northwest 10th, 1/2 mile east of this proposed development. It is a 79,000 square foot unit and will host 17 retail shops. The proposal also states a hotel. There are currently 4 hotels within a 1-mile radius, and I have personally visited each manager of these hotels and asked them what their average occupancy rates are. Given the high and the end low average, we came up with a 70% occupancy rate for these 4 hotels, a total of 494 rooms. At 70% occupancy rate, that means at any one time there are 145 vacant hotel rooms in 1-mile radius. There is also a 40-unit hotel that has just been approved to be built on Northwest 4th Street. So given the amount of vacant hotel rooms, we don't see the need for another hotel in the same vicinity. It's just vacancies. Negative impact 3. The traffic impact study in the executive summary, which you all have a copy of, in the executive summary it states that Check Hall Road and I-40 and Northwest 10th and Check Hall Road are currently at a LOS, a level of service of D. And these 2 intersections, along with Northwest 10th and I-40, as well as Bryce Canyon and Northwest 10th, will drop to an LOS of E after construction and to an LOS of F after 10 years. This constitutes 4 intersections that are well under the Oklahoma City optimum for LOS standards. The final paragraph of the executive summary offers no resolution to the improvement of this. It only states that the cities of Yukon and Oklahoma City will resolve this issue in the future. So therefore, they're going ahead with a plan, and they're banking it on Oklahoma City and Yukon getting together in 5 or 10 years saying, hey, we got a problem, let's fix it. We don't have anything down yet.
Steve, thanks. You want to wrap it up? Do you have one more comment?
Yes? Do I have my homework?
Yeah, you're over, but I'll let you finish if you have just one more comment or so.
Well, I was under the impression...
I told him that because since he's kind of representing everybody, that he could have, he could have 5 or 6 minutes at least. So, but, all right. Sorry.
Well, yes, I have more facts.
Go ahead.
Hopefully you're interested. We are hoping you're interested in this.
Steve, go ahead.
Thank you. The developer's recommendation to ease this condition by adding 2 sets of traffic lights and 3 additional left turning lanes will only improve the intersections to an LOS of D, still below Oklahoma City standards. Also in the developer's proposal to ease the traffic constraints, the plan states the above-mentioned intersections, with the exception of Check Hall Road and I-40, are under the jurisdiction of the City of Yukon, and that the cities of Yukon and Oklahoma City resolve this issue. Referencing an email from Yukon City Manager Grayson Bottom, he states, I have a copy of that email if you guys would like it. If anyone wants a copy of his email, I have one right here. Mr. Grayson Bottom, the Yukon City Manager, states, nobody has, and I quote, nobody has the authority to authorize an expenditure of funds from the City of Yukon other than the Yukon City Council and the trustees of the Yukon Municipal Authority. Any improvements are traditionally the responsibility of the developer and must meet or exceed the minimum standard of the city. I do not see the necessity to provide improvements to assist the development in Oklahoma City. So what that means is, end quote, that means that if Yukon, because Yukon won't resolve this issue, we will be stuck with an LOS of F. Page 2 of the traffic impact analysis on considering the future developments does not address the issue of the retail center that I mentioned earlier, 79,000 square feet. There are currently 12 undeveloped areas. 6 of these areas are for sale right now in the immediate area of Mustang Road and Northwest 10th, with over 150 acres for sale. None of these were taken in consideration for future traffic on the traffic impact study. So again, you're going to develop more and more, and there's going to be more traffic, let alone what we're already bringing into there. On the Planning Commission meeting on September 26th, the 9-member board could not come to a resolution on this proposal. There was a vote in favor to deny of 4 and 3 opposed. The second vote was to approve was 3 in favor and 5 against. So both motions failed by the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission could not agree on this, and both of their motions failed. I like to quote one planning commissioner, Commissioner Bright, said that, excuse me just one second. The statement from Commissioner Bright, it quotes that, traffic is a significant issue and has not been addressed. Even with signals, I really don't think that cuts it, because traffic off of I-40 to 10th has cars lined up forever. I agree with the protesters. A mall, a convenience store, and a gas station, that is traffic, and I do not think it is compatible with that neighborhood. I agree a light might help, but there is a church also to the west of R4. So you have a residential all around and 2 churches, and you do not want to put this in. And Dennis's comment about the C3 that was on Yukon east side of the development, that is the church, and they've already broke ground for that church. So that property is already spoken for. So you have 3 churches in the vicinity. He continues to say that I do not think it's compatible. Commissioner Bright also said that the police comments letter said it is difficult to track or predict how this will affect police response, and there will certainly be a traffic impact like the outlet mall. So even the police are saying, whoa, wait a minute, this could be a real problem at issue. And saturation of the school system will have negative effect on the school system. This also has credibility. So I cannot support this. That's a quote from Commissioner Bright. Commissioner Hensley also quoted. He's saying, I think it's clear, and I agree with Bob, Commissioner Bright, in regards to traffic. Regardless of the study, I think it's a challenge in that area. This is a significant piece of property. It is pie-shaped and sloping, and I say this because it is going to be hard. With respect to this, it will be difficult to develop residential fashion. That said, I do not know, given this level, that I can support this application, so therefore I move to deny. That is a direct quote from Commissioner Hensley. He also went on to say, to be honest with you, I would love to have the revenue, but this development will be detrimental to the community. The area is dense, and because of the pie shape and the layout of traffic, all exits will exit to 10th Street. There's no exit to the south, there's no exit to the east, there's no exit to the west. Everything in that community will have to get onto 10th Street and go from there. So in conclusion, the negatives far outweigh the positives, if any, for this proposal. We, the citizens, respectfully ask this council to keep the integrity of our neighborhoods and to keep this property residential. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Steve.
Any questions?
Bill Adcock?
No? Okay.
Appreciate y'all letting me talk. My name is Bill Adcock. I live at 1117 Northwest 6th Street. My federal postal address is Yukon, Oklahoma. I'm in Canadian County, but I'm in Oklahoma City area. And, you know, I've been in Oklahoma City since 1980. And the main reason I moved to Yukon is because I was not really a big fan of Oklahoma City government. I'm sorry. When I moved to Yukon, I found out I'm still in Oklahoma City. So, you know, and I like, the services are great, I like that. It's things like this I don't like. My house is going to be the closest one to the apartment complex. I live the very farthest to the west, right next to, right where the the apartment complex goes back. There's a corner. That corner is going to be my backyard, next to my backyard. I'm right behind the church, and I'm right to the very far west. So my home is going to be affected more than any other home by this apartment complex. You know, now the developer, they've been really good. They have made a lot of, compromises, and yet there was always the implied threat that the next developer is not going to make the same compromise. And that could be true. That was always never stated out, but it was always implied by the developer. The next developer, and it will be developed, will not make these compromises, so you need to go along with us. I have nothing really against the developer. The apartments, apartments don't last long. Many of y'all live in 50-year-old houses that are still nice and still viable. I doubt very seriously if any of y'all live in a 50-year-old apartment. He was talking about success stories. Ward 3. I don't see how you could actually vote for any more apartments when you have apartments on 10th Street from MacArthur to Council that are just horrifying. Those are horrifying. That's Ward 3. If you vote for apartments, you need to look at your own ward first. Those are horrible. That's apartments that actually could be fixed up. I don't know if you know that, about the nicest thing on that street is the Red Dog Saloon. They keep up their item. So I'm serious. I'm serious. And it's not trying to be funny. That's true. And there are some of the houses close to Bethany that are like that same age, and they're still good because the homeowner takes care of them. They're not owned by somebody out of state. It's just common sense. And, those are your fathers and your grandfathers that did that. So you got to look, if you pass this apartments, this place, would you be willing for your grandchildren and your children to live in them 40 years from now? Now, my real problem with this whole thing was the Planning Commission. I mean, you all put this on TV. This is Oklahoma City's advertisement. You had actually somebody in the planning division that wanted to open up R1 Northwest 6th Street to a parking lot of this development. That could be a department you could look at before 2016. I mean, I took off at least 4 different times, and of course you sat there and listened to them, and you need to look at your planning committee. They're on TV. This is your OKC advertisement. They were for this, even though the protesters, they said, we're for this. We're for all this. They're for this. So that shows you, where they at, where's they. So accountability, 4 years from now, that's what's going to happen. Now you're going to make a lot of money now. Oklahoma City's going to get some sales tax. Great. That's what I don't really like. And of course, no one's mentioned this. We don't have police service right now. Our police service is inadequate. Our police station is up on Hefner. I mean, if someone needs police service or fire service, it's going to be 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes till they get here. If ODOT doing all their construction, they may not get there. I mean, I've had troubles getting home sometime because of, the bridge repair and, they're doing stuff on Reno. I mean, that needs to be done anyway. And how they're going to take care of another 300 apartments, I have no idea. And when they start developing, ever starts developing, that's 70 acres of unclaimed land. And all the little creatures, vermin, you may say, they're all going to come to our neighborhood, Drake Stowe neighborhood. I mean, I don't know if they have any plans for that. I don't know what y'all's going to do about that. But there's little creatures going to be running into I-40, running to 10th Street, and running into our neighborhood because they're going to put up pavement over most of it. So, I mean, other creatures will be the tort lawyers when some little kid gets bit by a skunk. But, there's a lot of things about this. It's just, it's not ready for it yet. And in 50 years from now, what's it going to look like? He told one success story over on, over there where there's older folks. And there's some apartments turn out good, some apartments don't. And it's going to depend on the developer and who owns it, how good they take care of it. And the same owner, he's got land all throughout around Yukon. Some of it's flat. Wouldn't take much to develop it. I'm not sure why y'all got stuck with this land. I really don't know, because it is a piece of land that's really bad. But I appreciate your time. Like I said, I'm not really against the developer. I could live with it probably. But I just think 40 years from now, I don't want to live there. I mean, look at 10th Street. I mean, and I hope, you've not only, I sure Ward 1's not going to vote for it, but I hope you've talked to the others about not voting for it. I mean, you're our representative, huh?
Thank you.
Anyway, appreciate it. Thank you.
Raylene Quisenberry.
Thank you very much for giving me a few moments.
Sure.
This is very professionally done here. Mine's not. I sat down Sunday afternoon and did this because I was afraid that some of you might not be real familiar with the extreme western side of Oklahoma City in the area around our neighborhood. My name is Raylene Quisenberry, and I live at 11517 Northwest 6th Street in Drakestone addition to Oklahoma City. The proposed PUD is right next to Drakestone here. Across the street north on 10th Street, we have an addition of single-family housing called Stone Mill Addition. To the west of there is another single-family housing addition called Parkland. We have I-40 that is south of us and angles to the northwest. And on the other side of I-40, we have Wood Run Addition and Wood Run Addition up here. What I want to address this morning, first off, I'm a realtor and deal with real estate all the time. And the main thing I want to focus on is this area right down here, just south of us on the other side of the interstate. Thank goodness it's on the other side of the interstate. We have Reno Street. It's about a block from the overpass of the interstate is Reno Street and Mustang Road. Right here is an apartment building that has Wood Run Village that has 192 units. Across the street on Mustang Road is the Park of West Point with 500 units. Across the street from them, still on the east side of Mustang Road, is Highland Point of Oklahoma City Apartments with 232 units. South of that is Canyon Ranch. That's a brand new, just now finished up development of apartment buildings. They have 300 units and just started in September to move people into some of them that are finished. Then down to Southwest 15th Street, so it's a mile from 15th Street to Reno. We have Chapel Ridge of Yukon with 200 units. And on the east side of Mustang again, we have the Links that has 492 units. I've done some research to explain what I'm talking about and to give you some more information. All of these are considered luxury apartments, and most of them are gated areas, and they lease for up to $1,100 and more, plus the pet deposits and garage deposits and all of that sort of thing. And even though these are considered luxury apartments, I've had a numerous number of clients come to me and ask me to help them find some place to move into because they want to get out of these gated communities because they feel like they're gated in with thieves. They're constantly getting things stolen, cars broken into, and nothing is safe outside. So within about 1 mile here, we have 1,916 luxury apartments. In addition to that, there's 2 areas of duplexes. One is right here, Edgewood Manor, and the other one is right here in the middle of these apartment buildings, and it's Gardens of West Point. So if you take all of those into consideration, you've got 2,076 units in this 1 mile area of multifamily housing. This is already an oversaturation of multifamily housing in a very small area of Oklahoma City. Someone said earlier there's vacancies there. We just don't need more apartments in that part of Oklahoma City. And if you consider that if there was an average of 3 people in each one of those units, over 2,000, think how many people that is in that concentrated area, and it has a direct effect on everything from the police, the fire, to traffic, to schools, to everything that's in that area. There's an old saying in the real estate world about the values of property and that sort of thing, and it's location, location, location. The reason it's been around for so long is because it's so true. We all know that the location of a property has a major effect on its value. And I can assure you that the impact of a 350-unit apartment building right next to these single-family dwelling neighborhoods on 3 sides will have an adverse effect on our values of our properties. We're asking you to please not approve this PUD and to allow our neighborhood to remain the type of neighborhood that it is. We're hoping that a developer, an investor will come along and recognizing that that is zoned for single-family housing, and they will develop it into single-family housing that will match the area that is surrounding it. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak for a few minutes, and I do appreciate your consideration of not approving this. Thank you.
Thank you. James? All right. You want to address anything? Or
Just briefly, if I could. Members of the council, with regard to traffic, we made a commitment at Planning Commission, we'd make it to you again, that if this is approved, the what's called Bryce Canyon, that entrance, we agreed that we would put a traffic light up. I understand the fear in regard to apartments, and I think if we were asking for 3 or 4 apartment projects on this 72-acre tract, then those fears would be justified. I think 1 apartment project sandwiched between these neighborhoods, with this property being next to I-40, an off-ramp, next to zoning that's already straight R4, we think is appropriate. The reason I brought up the 30th and Villa example is because that case ended up in federal court. It ended up finally with a building permit issued, and there's 30 years of experience to learn that apartments aren't inherently bad. Now, if you get too many, you have too much concentration, it can be a problem. If they're not built well, like the apartments that some of the neighbors were talking about, like on 10th Street, that can be a problem. But here, we're talking about 1 project. We think the traffic light will take care of, as best as we can take care of, any of the traffic issues. We submit to you that if you looked at this property and went to your staff and asked about putting single-family development in, which is what the neighbors would like, they would say it's not sustainable, it's not in conformance with the plan, and we'd be appearing before you with a negative staff recommendation. These are good people. We've met with them several times, and I think in some point of view, we've done everything we could to try to resolve this, but the issue of apartments was just an issue we could not get over. I think it's appropriate zoning. We'd ask for your approval.
Firstly, I do want to thank the developer and the residents. I think there was a lot of healthy dialogue, a lot of healthy compromise, and I know that a lot of the residents of Drakestone were willing to compromise on things, but just knowing that just assuming that it was going to get approved. My main argument against this is really hits towards just the OKC plan in general. I know that was mentioned at the new OKC plan. I personally don't think it's a good policy to increase density out on the borders with other cities. I mean, I just think that is not a good policy to have, mainly based in the fact that our police department's already strained. Response times are already bad out there for fire and police, and so if this was a development that was mainly commercial and office space, those things wouldn't be as strained as much. But that increasing residential density out on the borders of the city, I don't think is a good policy to have. And so that's really my main argument against it. And the other factor to factor in here is that the people who will live here will be shopping in Yukon primarily. I mean, that is, they will go to Garth Brooks, they will go to just all of the residents over on Vandement and places like that where, and so from the city's perspective, I mean, I know the staff recommended approval, but I don't think it's a good policy to have. And the other reason that I'm against this is whenever there's a zoning change that is a really significant change, and this is a really significant change. This isn't a slight tweak in the zoning. This isn't. I mean, it was R1, and now there is no R1, and so it really needs to make a lot of sense, and it really needs to be really reasonable. Of that, this is definitely what should happen, and so and I don't think this is the best plan. I know somebody addressed this already, but I think another significant thing is that they keep pointing out the R4 and the C3 that are already zoned around it, and both of those are churches, and so it's not like that there's going to be. I mean, just because there's zoning there that already supports this, both of those are owned by churches, and it's not like the churches are going away and somebody's going to come in and be able to build the old apartment complex or commercial area in those areas. The other thing that Mr. Box brought up was the downtown apartments and 30th and Villa. Well, both of those areas are significantly different than 10th and Czech Hall, and so to compare those things is a really tough argument to make, in my opinion, because the areas are just so different. I mean, the Oklahoma City is a very, very diverse area just because of how big we are. And so those are my main arguments. The other thing about the protests, there's 620 signatures. I think the percentage was only 17% was legal, and I think that percentage is a little bit misleading on how much protest this actually had. So with that, I don't know if anybody has any questions, or I'll just make a motion.
And your motion is?
My motion is to deny.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Pete, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I'm going to vote to deny it, but based on Councilman Griner's concerns about it. But first of all, I think there are some things we need to consider when we go against a recommendation of the planning staff. If this is what the planning staff says, and the planning staff says this is consistent with the Oklahoma City plan, if we're going to vote against it, we need to be sure that this new revision of the Oklahoma City plan is changed, so this is no longer the plan. I think we put ourselves, as an attorney, we put ourselves in a bad situation when we go to court when the key witness against us possibly could be an employee of the city of Oklahoma City who recommended it. So I think that's a very difficult place to put ourselves. Another quick concern I have, and I do share your concern about for instance, churches in C4 and R4 and C3 and all that. I think that's something that could be dealt with more realistically if a church occupies a property rather than talking about how it's zoned, talking about what it's used for. But the same thing happens on the west side of this property. This is a guess because I don't know for sure, but it's my guess that that property was brought into the city of Oklahoma City as R1. It was never zoned R1. It was part of an annexation plan that originally they brought everything in as AA, and they found out that was very problematic. So they started bringing it in as R1, which is, if you're in a AA area, bringing it in as R1 is just as bad as the opposite. But I doubt very seriously if you can rely on the fact that this was zoned R1 that it was R1 as a conscious decision of this body, because I doubt that it was. It was more of an overall decision. It seems to me that R1 is very inappropriate for that. I don't see how you'd ever do single family. I drove out there because you and I had a conversation about your feelings about it, so I went by and looked at it. And I think it's very difficult to think that someone could come in and develop that R1 with any hope of economic return on it.
I definitely agree that, I mean, if you wanted to develop that whole tract as R1, that would not work. But you could do part of it.
You could do some of it.
It just, based on my conversation with the developers, is that it just doesn't, the numbers don't work doing it that way. Because parts of it have to have so many upgrades to it.
I voted for one of these in the past that I very seriously regret voting to deny one. And I want to be sure I don't make that mistake again with this one. I'm going to vote to deny this one because I think a much better case for denial was made. But I'm not totally comfortable that we won't face a serious challenge at some substantial expense and not come out on the right side of it because of the Planning Commission rec, because of the fact that you can go to our plan and you say you don't like it, and I agree. If we don't like it, we ought to change it. But that's not to say that what the planning staff said is not in their plan. And so, like I say, I'm going to vote for it because I think this is one of those gray ones. But I think we have to be very careful about, and I'm not a big fanatic about private property rights. I mean, in terms of there's some kind of sacrosanct that you can't deal with. I think that there is a public value to that. But on the other hand, somebody owns this property, and that somebody has a right to do within reason what they want to do with it. And I think we have to be very careful that we're not going to cross that line. But again, I'm going to vote to deny it based on your concerns about it and based on what I consider to be a reasonable argument made by the protestants.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Larry, you want to speak?
Yeah, I feel compelled to make a few comments. I also am going to vote to deny it in deference to Councilman Greiner. However, I think we have done a very interesting disservice to me personally today, because you see, I grew up in a tenement house, and I was raised in apartments. And when I got married, we lived in a furnished apartment. And then we moved to a rental house where we stayed for several years. And I think we've painted a wide swash on people who, quote, live in apartments, unquote, being criminals, being second-rate citizens, and not able to enjoy a quality of life. I'm also interested by the fact that my grandson, who is a youth counselor here, just graduated with a 4.0 from OU, getting married in January, is going to move into an apartment. And these people who have to start out their life like I did, like my grandson did, I think have a right, just as a property owner has a right, to do with his property within reason, as Councilman White said, that he feels just. So I really am somewhat convoluted in this whole thing, because I personally believe that we have to provide housing that is safe. And unfortunately, I did a mental lapse over the time, and Dennis, I apologize to you for this, and James, for you too. A number of years ago, Nick remembers this, he's the only one here, I advocated for a crime-free multi-housing ordinance in Oklahoma City. We trained our police department to support crime-free multi-housing, which is an excellent plan which provides a responsible way for any apartment complex to be, quote, crime-free, unquote. The problem we had in that was getting the property owners and their managers to embrace it, so it's kind of fallen by the wayside. Before coming to council this morning, I got up a little bit early, I went up on the internet, and I texted in crime-free multi-housing. And I would suggest that before we make a decision in the future on who can live and who lives in multifamily housing, there is a way to have multifamily housing that is crime-free. And had we had that on the table, I would even have gone against James, I'm sorry, in this, but since we don't have it on the table, that's my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Your Honor.
Yeah, David?
I want to point out the positives of this proposed development. There is one concern that I have, though, and it's an overriding concern, but the fact that the developers are going to limit the area where the R4 will be located to adjacent property that is already zoned R4, that they are going to provide a buffer for the residents in the lower right-hand corner with respect to retaining the trees down there, and then also having that as senior housing, which I've yet to find a neighborhood who's against senior housing. Rarely, if any, instances do they create problems, and people are looking, the demand for quality senior housing continues to increase, and so they can be very selective as to who their residents are. And then the other is basically commercial right along an interstate highway. Well, that makes sense to locate the commercial area as it's proposed in this layout. So I don't see any problem with this overall plan. I think the developer has really tried to make this as acceptable as possible. But here is my concern, and it's a citywide concern. Oh, the other thing is, part of the problem with allowing an increase in density out in far west Oklahoma City is the success that the Mustang and Yukon school districts have had. Those are very good school districts, and people want their children to attend those school districts, so you're going to see a lot of development occur, just like you see in far south Oklahoma City with respect to the Moore School District. It just attracts people, especially people with children or who will soon be having children. But just to continue with Larry's comments, my wife was a resident of one of these apartment complexes that was mentioned, the Charlemagne apartment complex, when we began dating. She was a school teacher out in Mustang, and for several years lived out there, as I lived in an apartment in South Oklahoma City for the first couple of years out of college. We did not cause any problems. That particular apartment complex, which had 160 units, had easily 10-plus school teachers at the time we were dating, and my wife was living there. Very nice. Now, again, that's a few years ago. But apartment complexes, and I understand that, apartment complexes in and of themselves are not bad. They provide a means of housing that is needed, and as Larry mentioned, if the owner of the property will cooperate, they can make it as much of a crime-free area as one could have. My concern is, and the last spokesperson for the protesters, I think, brought it out very nicely. I am concerned about an oversaturation of apartments, again, not just in this particular area, but within the city as a whole. What happens when you have too much supply the demand's not there, they're going to have to start lowering the prices to attract people, and that's when problems begin to occur. So I am concerned, and I know Oklahoma City is thought of as a great place for continued development of apartment complexes. I'd say let the population grow to support that, and we're just not there in this particular area, I don't think. So outside of the fact that there's, I think, a sufficient number of apartment complexes in this area, very high-quality ones, this would just add to that number, and I'm not sure the demand is there at this time. Thank you.
I agree with a lot of, because this isn't a 100% horrible plan. I mean, there are a lot of good aspects to it. And so the, and the argument that all people who live in apartments are evil is definitely not a good argument to make, because it's not true. But whenever, I think that inevitably, whenever you have whenever you bring a lot of people, whoever they are, bring a lot of people together living close to each other, that's going to increase crime. If you spread people out, there's going to be less. That's just a general concept, I think, in my view, because people are sinful, and we do bad things. So whenever you spread them out, and so that was kind of my main argument about the density of straining the police department. So.
Okay. John?
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm voted to deny this because of the following recommendation of Councilman Griner. I do welcome the developer. I do have thousands on top of thousands of land, acres of land in Ward 7 that this particular development may be something that may be able to go into those thousands of acres that are available in Ward 7. And also, Councilman McAtee, I'd be interested in the crime-free deal that you talked about, because as we talk about crime-free and apartments and so forth, I have a whole lot of public housing in my ward. People who live in public housing are good people, but sometimes people who don't live there actually commit the crimes. And so I definitely would like to talk to you more in detail about the crime-free policy. And as we talk about apartment complexes, our own Oklahoma City Housing Authority has to do a better job when it comes to multifamily use.
All right. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any other comments or questions from council? Ready to vote? All right. Cast your votes. The motion denied passes unanimously. Item 8E is also a zoning case in Ward 1. The address is 100 North Morgan Road. It's currently R2. I need quiet in the chambers, please. We're continuing our business, please. 100 North Morgan Road. It's currently I2 moderate industrial. It would become a new planned unit development. And James, again, we have a series of people that have signed up to speak.
Yeah, same plan as before, I guess.
Mayor, members of council, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. Also with me is Tom Smith on behalf of USA Metal. This is an application in an area that is dominated by industrial zoning. My client operates a metal recycling plant. When they first came to us, it took several meetings with us for them to convince us to represent them. We have been involved in other projects in this city where the end result was probably not the best thing for the city. We know this council has heard a lot about metal recycling facilities here in recent days, and it was only after we spent significant time with Mr. Smith and other people within his organization that we realized this is a different user. This is a different group of people than this city has seen. And this is a different operation than we have in the city. So at that time, we agreed to represent them, and we filed a PUD. Now, the interesting thing about this piece of property is it is zoned I-2. And if you look at the map that's on the screen right now, you'll see that it is in an area dominated by straight I-2 zoning. So what we have to have for this particular use is I-3 with a special permit, or the PUD function allows us to draft the PUD to increase the requirements within the PUD to make sure that the development is compatible not only with the area, but is suitable for its neighbors. So what you see before you and what the site plan to my right shows is we have a piece of property, we have a need for metal recycling, and we have a piece of property that is served by rail. So what that means is instead of the cars and other items coming onto the property, getting put into the final product, put back on a semi-truck and back out onto the public streets, we're able to use that rail to ship the product. So we're lessening the burden on the streets because the need for metal recycling is not going away. This is just a piece of property that allows us to utilize the features of the site to make a better solution for the city. The other unique feature about this site is a significant tree line along the eastern boundary. On the site plan, you'll see on the east side of where we show the rail spur, it is a significant tree line. That provides a nice buffer to the property to the east. So when you look at the PUD, we have, since Planning Commission, agreed to enhance the modifications from what we agreed to then. We have a 20-foot buffer off of Morgan Road. And after that 20-foot buffer, that'll be landscaped, we've agreed to a 12-foot wall along the entirety of Morgan Road. We've also agreed to a 12-foot wall on the southern boundary of this PUD. Now, most applicants that come before Planning Commission and this council, their wall is a 12-foot fence, wood fence, and it might fall into disrepair. What my client is willing to do is a 12-foot masonry wall. And we passed out a picture that shows what the style of the masonry wall we propose. So this is a developer and an applicant that has done everything in his power to go above and beyond what anyone in this city does as far as metal operations and what anyone typically does on this type of development. Now, there are protesters, and we reached out whenever we did receive a protest letter to one of them and asked if there's anything we can do to satisfy them or help maybe soften what they think could be perceived as a problem with our operation. And their answer was no, short of going away. So despite that commentary from the protester, my client still wishes to put a 12-foot masonry wall on the southern. The protest to the east, I'm not sure how there would be any impact with the fact that we have a significant tree line. Now, one of the other issues that came up at Planning Commission was scrap piles. What we've done is we've drafted into our PUD any scrap pile that would be in excess of the height of our masonry wall will have to be behind what's listed on the site plan as a shredder building. Now, that building is 40 feet tall. So any scrap that would be visible, we don't think it will be visible. So between the shredder building and the rail line will be that scrap pile so that it's easy to put to final product, put on the put on the rail car and move out. So we think we have done as good of a job as we could to minimize any potential impact. But recognizing that there is protest, I'd like my client to get up here and tell this council a little bit about himself and a little bit about their operation.
Good morning. My name is Tom Smith. I'm Chief Operations Officer of USA Metal Recycling. And before you, we have a short PowerPoint presentation. Typically, this is a site here. This is our new site in Chota, Oklahoma. On the left, it's under development, so it really doesn't show what our operation looks like. However, the significance of this site is it's directly across the street from the main highway going through Chota, Oklahoma, directly across the street from Sonic. Traffic count for us is important. We like to be visible, which in some areas isn't very pretty. However, our operations operate differently than the typical scrap metal operation. We turn our inventory 120% each yard each month. All of our sites currently are inside the city limits of all the cities that we reside in. In some cases, we've been annexed into Reed Springs, Missouri, so we would be inside the city limits. Our facilities are all on concrete and well maintained. This is the Chota, Oklahoma site after it was the construction was completed. Next slide. This is looking from Sonic across the street to our site in Chota. As you will see, I'm in the Sonic parking lot. Fayetteville, Arkansas, this is the top view of Fayetteville. And if you notice the red line, the red outline is our site. To the right of my screen is an auto salvage that's not our property. And I think one of the protesters did Google Earth and made some assumptions which were easy to make that these were our sites. So we outlined our site so you could have a better view. They're still pouring concrete at this site. Again, we're on concrete. We have drive-through buildings that our patrons get to drive through the facilities and out of the weather when it's raining. Next slide, please. Just another site at our Fayetteville, Arkansas location. Joplin, Missouri is under construction. We bought a place called General Steel that had been there since the 40s, and we're currently under construction. They're pouring concrete. We're on 7th Street in Joplin, which is a main artery, also known as the old historic Route 66. We're very excited about this location since we're going to be building a retro building to fit the historic Route 66 motto that's very popular from Chicago to San Bernardino, California. Next slide. This is a picture of some material at Joplin, and as you can see in the background, there's a rail spur, so the material comes in by truck and we rail it out to foundries across the country and abroad. Next slide, please. Just a picture of the property. In the background, you can see residential homes adjacent to our site. We did put up a privacy fence for the residents, but we're zoned industrial, and the city has allowed us to operate at that site under conditional use. Reed Springs, Missouri was a greenfield operation that we started from scratch. It's the entry into Reed Springs, Missouri, and that's a topographical of our site. We believe that site's very fitting and is not an eyesore. Next slide. This is a picture of the Reed Springs operation. All of our sites pretty much look the same on our feeder yard area that have concrete and just a neutral color metal building. Next slide. This is it's the backside of Lowell. Go on to the next one, please. This is the Lowell, Arkansas operation. This is where a shredder operates, and this is the main facility. Our design is a hub and spoke operation that we receive material from the public, anything made of metal, and we also have off-site locations to lessen the traffic flow into our main location. So we'll have satellite locations within 100 miles of our site, usually 30 to 40 miles. So the satellite locations, patrons will bring in anything from a refrigerator to a stove, microwave oven, anything from their home to that site, and then that material will be trucked into the main operation, which in this case would be Lowell. Next slide. This is our driveway, taking, just going up our driveway. We have pine trees to the left, and the tall building, it was foggy the other morning when I took this picture, I'm sorry for that, but the tall building is our office and scale house, and we have a truck scale on each side. Next slide. You can see a little closer view. It's concrete broken block building, and you have inbound and outbound to accommodate traffic flow and keep things rolling smooth. Next slide. This is the back side of the shredder that the material goes into the shredder and comes out into some very small densified pieces. This is the outbound scale. And this is where the patrons with maybe aluminum cans, copper, aluminum, maybe they've cleaned out their garage and they have a trunk full of just miscellaneous stuff. They literally drive through our building and we unload them in the building, weigh their material, and then they swing back around to the outbound scale. And they really never leave their car. They on the outbound scale, it's like a drive-through window at McDonald's. You get paid right there and you go about your business. Next slide. This is from the inside looking out of our facility. There's a patron bringing in an auto battery. We take auto batteries and different items. This is a top view aerial picture of the facility in whole. If you'll notice to the right of my screen, there's 244 homes adjacent to our facility just across the railroad tracks. You can see the rail tracks coming in, and we're served by rail. And to the left is the industrial park of Lowell, Arkansas. So we have worked well with the neighbors, accommodated any questions, problems, and concerns that they've had, and we feel like that we've done a good job doing that. We've created a committee just to ensure that if we do have a question, comment, complaint, that it's readily addressed. Next slide. So that's we believe that we have the there's just not a comparable facility that I've seen in Oklahoma City that operates in the manner that we operate. Our facilities are all in concrete. The facilities are swept so patrons don't have flat tires or go through mud puddles. We get anything from a toaster from a school teacher to a car body from a guy that wants it out of their backyard. One of the other things that I want to emphasize is our niche is quite different because we don't require or ask our patrons to drain fuel out of vehicles. I know that occasionally, at least in our area, when you hear of a shredder, you hear of complaints of explosions. Our facility has a draining process like none other, that we drain all the fluids from the facility, remove the fuel tank before the vehicle ever goes through the shredder, and then we market that material that comes out of the vehicles. So with that being said, it also protects the area from having stormwater issues. If most all of our competitors, at least in Arkansas, require the patron to drain the fuel out of the car. Well, if you have a junk car and you're forced to drain the fuel out and you're not equipped to do that, it's likely that they poke a hole in the tank and it gets drained down on the ground and ends up in our stormwater. Our facility, we encourage our folks not to do that, and we have professionals trained to do that, which also is environmentally kind to our stormwater plan. Have any questions?
One other thing, I do think it's worth noting that when you look at this picture of the Lowell operation and the success that they've had abutting residential, and then you look at this, we abut I-2. And so when the staff went to review this, staff has recommended approval in part because it's appropriate for industrial area, and this is in conformance with what the comp plan would ask for. If we have a need, we would want this type of operation to be in an area that is industrialized. And that's why this operation that's served by rail has been chosen. So we're happy to answer any questions.
Any questions right now?
There was one. You mentioned the wall, which is very good.
Yes, sir.
I remember talking about the facade of the metal building. Have we made a change to the PUD on that?
Yes, we drafted language into the PUD that the building closest to Morgan, the facade facing the Morgan Road, will be of concrete block and not metal.
Okay. That's what I thought.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I guess how many people signed up?
No, looks like quite a few.
Let's go.
All right. Bill Beardsley.
My name is Bill Beardsley. I represent Inland Truck Parts Company. My address is 8772 Sabine Court, Irving, Texas. We recently purchased the property directly to the south of the subject. We currently operate a facility at 1905 South Nicholas. We're an employee-owned company that currently employs 24 of our employee owners. We selected this property hoping to, at some point, double the size of our operation in Oklahoma City. We picked it primarily based on the I-2 zoning that puts us close to other businesses like ourselves, the type of neighborhood that our customers like to come to. If this had a metal recycler next to it, we wouldn't have bought this piece of property. I applaud the Planning Commission in noticing that type of business doesn't really fit this neighborhood. It's industrial, but it's a different type of industrial. The pictures they showed of their facilities are very nice, but they're not in operation. They're facilities that they just built. Of course, they're going to look real nice when they're brand new. It does attract people dragging carloads and truckloads of stolen copper and air conditioning units into the place to be recycled. The amount of traffic, the amount of crime, creates a neighborhood that we don't want to be associated with, and quite frankly, we won't be. We have a $10 million project planned for that property that we will certainly pull out of if this is rezoned. And I'd also like to say that it's my opinion that if this type of thing were approved, that it would degrade the community's confidence in the zoning process and cause businesses like us to go somewhere else to look for places for future expansion.
Remind me what your business is, Bill?
We're Inland Truck Parts and Service. We sell truck parts and service heavy-duty trucks.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Mike Karen?
Morning. Mike Coran with Capital Commercial Real Estate, and I'm a part owner in the property that's adjacent or to the west on Morgan Road, PUD 517. That property has several upgraded construction requirements, concrete buildings. That was formerly part of the Ford properties. All the properties there are concrete buildings, zoned I-2. It's great for manufacturing. We've just sold one piece of that property to UE Manufacturing to the west. They're going to expand their property, get another warehouse. We've been in negotiations with 2 or 3 other firms to acquire some property. It's all warehousing, not I-3. It's all I-2 warehousing stuff. We believe very strongly that this I-3 and having this metal recycling would be noisy. It would be noise pollution. It would be some of the sonic booms and explosions that go on, I think, is awful. And we truly believe that it would be a detriment to our development.
And what do you plan to do with the development, Mike?
We continue to build warehousing and either to other firms, sell them to other companies.
Manufacturing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Donald Neard?
Don Navard, 4800 North Lincoln Boulevard, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. I'm here today as the president of the West Hall Commerce Center Property Owners Association. West Hall Property Owners Association is the owners of approximately 90 acres of land originally developed by the Hall family many years ago that contains, as Mr. Cran said, high standards for development. It includes not only UE Manufacturing, who you'll hear from, but Bunzl, Inland Truck, Reno Morgan Limited Partnership, and ATC Drivetrain. Now, ATC is a owner of a large portion of this property, employs about 1,000 employees there, and they have, and I hope you have received, a letter from Mr. Bill Timmey, who is the Vice President of Operations there, who strongly protests the location of the recycling center for the same reason as evidenced before, that this is a high-level industrial development area. The manufacturing and service people that go into this area have a higher standard than a metal recycling plant. And while we understand the metal recycling has to go somewhere, it should just not be in this area. This is not that, the development in this area does not contemplate this type of thing. I think despite the comments from the applicant, by the way, we appeared at the Planning Commission, and no one from the applicant ever contacted me. I've never heard from them. No one said anything. I don't even know what they're doing other than what I read in the PUD. So these are new things that I've heard, but they don't solve that problem that the people at West Hall Commerce Center don't want this type of...
Help me locate your property.
PUD 517, right across the street.
Okay, so same one we just heard about.
Yes, sir.
And it's manufacturing going on there.
Manufacturing, ATC Drive, which is the original Autocrat.
Okay.
Right. So I think it's important that the concerns of all those type of developers, which are really high-level class operations, class buildings, great numbers of people that come to that area because of what the Hall family started and what we're continuing. And as Mr. Cran said, we have a couple other potential developers out there, users, that will rethink what's going on if there's a metal recycling plant. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Reinhardt.
Well, good morning once again. So I guess I'm probably new to this, learning about government and things. I represent the ownership of 14 acres to the directly west of the Pub 517, where you see that little cul-de-sac. That's our new property there. I believe it's 6 acres, a little bit over 7 acres just west of it, at 9,000 and 10,000 Northwest 2nd Street. So what I mean by I'm learning through this process about government is I actually made the last meeting. And in the last meeting, I thought we resolved this issue in denying the rezoning. I also wanted to bring up, there was a gentleman sitting over here in James's seat last time that asked how come we didn't come forward earlier. And once again, I didn't get a letter, but yet I'm probably a stone's throw away from the property that we're talking about. I'm not sure what we need to do to correct that problem. As I explained in the last session, our company met with Oklahoma City and met with the people of Texas at the same time in 2009 to come up with a facility that we wanted to promote as a world-class facility, a facility that we can bring our customers in from around the world. And we're a manufacturing plant too, Mr. Cornett. But we build equipment for people throughout the world. In that meeting, the zoning was the exact way that we wanted it. And that's why we pursued Whitehall and Associates area to purchase the first piece of property, which was 6 acres, 100,000 square foot. We liked it so well that within 90 days we purchased the second parcel next to it. And after our last meeting here, and I understood it to be resolved, I went back with the further plans of developing that property. We currently have done our geotechnical on that property. We are currently doing our additional 100,000 square foot space on that property. We're looking at contributing another $20 million to that area, just on our property, not counting the other properties that we're talking about today. And I was really surprised to find out that I might have led them wrong after leaving this last meeting. A little disappointed in the way we're working things. But as I said, I'm trying to learn the area. So, in saying that, like I said, we've gone forward with our plans, but we put them on hold today because of this opening back up. Our original start date was going to be in construction of 2014, with opening the end of 2014. We currently contribute about $150 million a year in revenues, and we plan on doubling that in the next 2 to 3 years. I just want to point out that the jobs in that area, and I think James made a mention in one of the emails I've seen, I did get information from other people that are right here to represent us. They were good enough to keep me in the email string that you've been there most of your life. I, too, have been there most of my life. I recall the farm at the corner of Reno and Mustang and Morgan Road, and I remembered when they started developing this property through Ford. And I thought, what an opportunity. And then when the city took the time and the money to build the exchange out there to make it more accessible to the people that drive trucks and things, I don't think this is what we had in mind when we built that. The railroad tracks, I understand it makes it an ideal situation, but I tell you what, you can go any miles down the road to the west, and I think you'd be welcomed with a place like this. It's more to their zoning needs, I believe, a little bit further west. And it's still probably be in Oklahoma City, because Oklahoma City, as we all know today, goes a long ways out west. We would add approximately 200 more jobs to the area, which I find real interesting for Mustang and Yukon. My children all graduated from Yukon. My grandchildren are now going to Yukon. I hope they all graduate from Yukon. Stormwater issues, he made a statement that they do not believe they have stormwater issues. I deal with new equipment, and just the rain falling to the earth is stormwater issues. And when you look at equipment that is new and the rain falling off of it, and we're having to control it by city and state ordinances, it can't help but think of what that's doing on rust piles in the work that this gentleman does. That rain has to hit the rust pile. It has to contribute to the stormwater problems. And if you look along that street, Northwest 2nd, all the storm drains are marked straight to the city water river. If I'm not mistaken, it goes straight to the river there. I also caution the, I've read the articles that I've seen recently on the explosions. I've been good enough to have been shared with on those articles recently in the city papers and things. It's not just cars, I don't believe. I don't believe it's just fuel tanks. I used to do some taking steel to these facilities over the years. You have CO2 containers in them. You have just anything that a person can collect a dollar bill off is what you have being recycled today. I hope, I'm going to make one more statement because I've seen some emails go out to Mr. Grenier, that he took the time to go look at the other facilities in Oklahoma City. I would be embarrassed if some of those facilities today that do the reclamation. And my hat's off to this gentleman if he's found a way to reclaim steel in a more user-friendly, more neighborhood-friendly way. Again, I'm just going to reiterate that I hope that y'all follow through with what you said in the last meeting and deny this to be approved. That's all I got to say. Thank you for your time.
O.A. Gar.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilman. My name is O.A. Gar. I'm 10952 Northwest Expressway, Oklahoma City. I also am a part owner in the property right directly to the west. I won't restate a lot of the things that some of the other gentlemen have restated, but one of the partners that I have became interested in this property about 7 years ago that we purchased it. We purchased it based on some prior meetings with some of the previous councilmen about Oklahoma City and the direction it was going. We also own property off the Northwest Highway, and one of the concerns of the council was a gateway to Oklahoma City coming from the northwest and from the west. We're very interested in that also because we basically have investments in that area, but we're very excited about the property that we have been because of what's happened with I-40 and with the Morgan Exchange there. It is set up for high-quality commercial development, even though that presentation's been made of how well they'll screen this. Our concern, obviously, is what we see on East Reno, how it's going to affect our property values and what future plans we might have, let alone some of the folks that we've been currently visiting with that may opt out of purchasing property from us because of a facility like this. And I certainly appreciate the time that you've given us to speak to this issue, and we basically did this with the Planning Commission, and you have their report also. But thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mr. Gar. Jeff James. Okay. That concludes our citizen involvement.
If I could just address a few of the comments made. One of the comments made was dealing with this use unit, and part of the reason that some of these projects are contemplated was because this use unit is not allowed. I-2 allows this use unit. So all of the property around here would be allowed within I-2. The only element that we are having to go through the rezoning process for is because of the outdoor storage element of it. And it's our hope with the 12-foot masonry wall and requiring that any piles that would be visible be behind the 40-foot building, we've eliminated any fear or any negative associated with the outdoor use portion of it. There was some talk of job creations. This will create 175 jobs. It's a $12 to $15 million project. On the noise, because this client is a sophisticated operator and they have operations all over the place, they take readings of the noise. What they find is at their property line, it doesn't exceed 75 decibels. So what that means is 75 decibels is comparable to a car going 40 miles an hour. So there won't be a noise issue. And on the zoning, what we're doing is a PUD. We're not going to I-3 zoning. The PUD maintains the I-2 base and simply adds the one use unit. So it doesn't change the character of the base zoning. It just adds the ability to do the outdoor storage while maintaining all of the heightened requirements for screening. So with that, I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Remind me the traffic flow that comes off of Morgan. Where will people enter the recycling facility?
They will enter mid-site off of Morgan.
Okay, they're at where the street intersects?
Essentially right where the street across there.
Okay.
And for those of you that don't know, that are familiar with Morgan half a mile north of here dead ends at 10th Street. It is not a through street. So if you're going north on Morgan, you're wanting to get to 10th Street or you're lost. So.
In regards to the lab booms, I see I have some representation from the JFK Neighborhood Association who are here this morning. Of course, in the JFK area, almost every single day they hear loud booms from, guess what, a recycling plant similar to the one that you are proposing. What is the difference between what I have on Reno and what you all are proposing right here?
I'll let Mr. Smith address that.
Can I just ask the same thing, John, because I was going to ask, I was actually in the JFK neighborhood yesterday, and one of these explosions happened when I was outside. It was about 1:30 in the afternoon. I was with a combat vet who was very disturbed. I hadn't experienced this yet. This is a military-grade explosion, in his opinion, of what we experienced yesterday. The percussion is intense, but it went beyond that in that there was a large plume of smoke that came out of the explosion, and then the neighborhood became like it was a foggy day. There was a fog that moved through the entire neighborhood, and you could feel like a metallic aftertaste in your mouth. It was difficult to breathe. It wasn't just the noise and the percussion. There's particulate debris going through that neighborhood. If that's happening I just cannot imagine. So then I drove over, took pictures, and they look very similar to this. And they're mixing, the cranes are taking the cars and then a whole bunch of other stuff. And so it's all going in there together, so it's not just the car. When you're mentioning batteries, and I'm just trying to imagine what kind of particulate debris this neighborhood is breathing.
Those are very good questions, and the reason that I can stand here in front of you with confidence and tell you that our system's different is because our vehicles and the material that comes into our facility is screened both at our feeder yards and at the location that it goes into the shredder. So when a vehicle comes into our location, the first thing it does is the operator takes it into a building that we call Building A, and the fluids are drained out of the vehicle. Then the battery's taken out, and not just of vehicles, but even if a motorcycle or lawnmower comes in, because a scooter can have the same type of explosion as a vehicle with a half-full gas tank on it. The CO2 tanks and propane tanks that come in every day, we have designated inspectors that are trained to inspect and find this material. The vehicles that come in, even if they don't have a gas tank on them, say for instance it's just an old shell that someone drug out of the riverbed, but it has a trunk, the trunk is opened and inspected. So we have a very vigorous inspection process to prevent both the particulates in the air and to prevent explosions. Now, let's talk about the particulates for just a second. We have a Z-Box system connected to our system. You may have seen it in one of the background pictures of the PowerPoint that looks like a big bunch of pipes and filters, and that's just a gigantic vacuum cleaner that picks up any particulates that the spraying system maybe not catch. So we're confident that we've mastered it. I think that we've worked very, very hard to master it, and I don't know of any shredder operation out there that does what we do. And we're likely not as profitable as some of the other guys that don't check the gas tanks and they just run through the shredder. It is a loud explosion when one blows up. I've been around one, and it scares you to death. So I grew up around a shredder, and that's where I got most of my experience, and that's probably why I have the desire to do it a little bit different than the guys that are out there doing it today.
Now, a quick question now. Everything that you just said, is it in the PUD?
They're writing the PUD, so I just made the assumption that it will be or could be.
Everything he said about the whole process of how batteries will be disposed and car fluids and all that, is that currently in the PUD?
It's not. Typically, the specific day-to-day operations of a use aren't called out within a PUD. We'd be happy to put that in.
I would like to see it put in.
I think we could make it a technical evaluation. I defer to Mr. Tiener, but we can make it a technical evaluation. This is the the system that they have everywhere else, so they have no problem committing to what they've already been doing for years.
Now, are you all based in Oklahoma or out of state? See, here's the issue that I have with the recycling plants on Reno. The majority of their operations, their heads, are not in Oklahoma. Every time I go by there, so happens the operations director or the operations manager, they cannot find. He's either on vacation or out of the city or out of the state, or matter of fact, out of the country. So if the property owners in that area had a complaint, who do they take their complaints to?
That would be me, sir. I am married to the owner. My wife owns the business. It's a minority-owned business. We will have staff on hand at all time, at the site that can handle any problem. But currently, the buck stops here with me. I'm Chief Operations Officer, and I deal with any type of complaint from government to residential across the board.
Can I ask just, have you seen you operate in other cities, have you seen other cities try and address through ordinances the batteries and taking the fuel tanks off and trying to regulate the industry to prevent that kind of particulate debris, those kind of sonic booms?
Well, typically no, not the city, because it's already handled through the state or through the feds. The reason we take out batteries is not because of the battery acid. That's the least bit of the problem with the battery. The most important part of the battery is the lead. So you want to get the battery out, and we're encouraged to do that because it's worth a lot more money. Then, the thing that's even more important than a battery is getting the mercury switches off the vehicle. So through our intense process, we pull the mercury switches off, which are the little switches that when you open the trunk, the light comes on, or open the hood, the light comes on. Those are small mercury switches, just like the old thermostat. And I'm sure you guys are familiar with how bad mercury is to our fish and wildlife.
So what governs, in terms of state and federal law, the process? What is...
Typically, your ODEQ, Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality, has rules and regulations that you must follow and apply for. Just recently in the state of Oklahoma, the Agriculture Division took over the scrap metal problem and is requiring all scrap metal operations to register. Literally, the owner has to give fingerprints and a criminal background check because of the rampant theft that has happened. And most of that has occurred from the bad guys, from the guys that go out at night and steal your air conditioner condenser, and off you go, and you don't have air conditioning the next day. So, it does happen. Our facilities, all of our facilities, are ahead of the game. All of our locations, and we have one that operates in Chota, Oklahoma currently, the only one that we operate in Oklahoma, require, when a patron comes in, to submit a form of government ID, driver's license. Then a picture from our software takes a picture of their vehicle, of them, and of the material that they bring in, whether it be an air conditioner condenser or a battery. The patron unloads it, it weighs out, it unloads it. When they come back, they have to sign for it and give their thumbprint, which is not required by Oklahoma state law, but we require it at all of our locations. All of that information is gathered up and kept indefinitely to that individual's ticket. And I can tell you that on occasion, usually about one time a month or so, we're notified by the police that, and let me go one more step, all of this data is downloaded to a site called Leads Online. So in the event that someone loses their air conditioner and they go to the local police department and they say, listen, we've lost our air conditioner, the police department has access to our records and pictures and thumbprints that they can find those criminal activities going on. And we have had high scores and compliments from every department that we've ever dealt with on how good our system is, and we put great effort in having that. We don't want stolen property, but occasionally it comes in, and when it does, we catch them. So I got off the beaten path there a little bit on my soapbox on stolen goods, but as far as regulations go, you have different divisions through ODEQ, or Department of Natural Resources is Missouri, ADEQ is Arkansas, that govern this stuff. And we have stormwater tests that we sub out to a third party that test our stormwater to make sure that we're in compliance with the state's regulations on our discharge.
All right.
Well, David's already kind of outlined kind of what I was going to say, just kind of the facts of that this whole mile stretch is already zoned I-2 for agriculture. And this PUD is still governed by I-2 regulations. And so it's only adding the outdoor use, which is I-3. So it's adding one I-3 use. So to me, this is a small change, even though I completely understand the protesters not wanting to be next to a metal recycling facility if you base it on what's on East Reno, because I did go down there last week and drove by, and yeah, I wouldn't want a business next to those either. I mean, I wouldn't want to, I mean, I don't even really want to drive down that street anymore. But the fact still remains that metal recycling facilities are needed. And if we start denying some of the good metal recycling, which I believe USA Metal Recycling is a good one, and will do it with high integrity, and I base that on the PUD. I mean, they've, in my opinion, gone further than I thought they would in making the facility look nice and putting it into the PUD. I think that, you know, I mean, I've driven down the street numerous times, and, you know, I actually think that this is going to be one of the nicer facilities on that street. I could be wrong. I believe that it will be, and I'm talking about the building. The use, you can debate it, but I mean, I think the use is compatible to the area.
We've set precedences on every location that we've gone to. We're on main streets, we're in city limits. Each one of our locations are based on a conditional use because there's just not a good example to go off of when you're in this industry. I come to meetings many times and fought for what we believe in, and that is that we can set a precedent and raise the standard in our industry. We've done that on every location. We continue to do it every day. I can tell you that a couple of smaller businesses in Reed Springs, Missouri, stop doing business, and this regulation intensifies for our industry, whether it be for stormwater, air pollution, noise pollution. Theft is just the thing that's gone rampant. As these things increase intensities, these little mom and pop operations simply can't afford the software to keep up with it all, and they're driven out of business.
So with that, you know, I don't want anybody to move. I mean, but I don't see any logical reason and really legal precedent of denying it, because it's not a huge change to what's already there, and so for that reason, I move for approval.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. Is this with the TEs that David suggested could be placed into the record?
And we can do through a TE, and we'll commit to revise the PUD. If I might add one thing, this because the protest has risen above 50%, we do need 7 votes, and there's 7 people here. If there are any reservations, we would just at least ask that we pass it till we have all 9. But yes, we do agree to amend the PUD in accordance with the TE we agreed to.
The motion is to approve the request for a zoning change. Is there a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Comments or questions from council? All right, cast your votes. It passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Item 8F is a series of 3 items that have been introduced before. Today we're holding a public hearing on the items. Item 8F1 is a public hearing regarding request for electric substations. Is there anyone here hoping to speak on item 8F1?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. This is one that came on for introduction several weeks ago, and I brought the folks that understand the technology with me today. I have Christy Killian and Bill Kahn from OG&E if there are any questions about this.
All right. Any questions on item 8F1 from council? Looks like we're good to move it on, David. All right. I heard a motion to move it forward. Is there a second? Second. All right. Cast your votes. Item 8F1 moves on.
Thank you.
Item 8F2 is also up today as a public hearing. If approved today by council, it would move on to a final hearing. And today has to do with some restrictions on food sales from vehicles. Is there anyone here hoping to speak on item 8F2? All right, how about a motion from council then to move it forward? All right, cast your votes, and it moves forward. And item 8F3 is also a public hearing today on an item that's been introduced before, and this has to do with outdoor sales and outdoor storage near the Oklahoma City Memorial. Is there anyone here hoping to speak on item 8F3 today? All right, how about a motion? Cast your votes, and it moves forward. Item 8G is an ordinance being introduced today, and this would help create a registry for vacant and abandoned buildings. We have one person that has signed up to speak. I think we're going to hear from staff. Bob?
If I can just, for a minute, as Bob's coming up, this is an item that was brought to council this summer, and we talked about that there are things we can do under existing state law, and there are things we can do with the changes of state law. And under state law, we can do a registration and inspections on it. And so that's the direction we're going. This has been a joint team effort between the planning department that really started the lead on this, development services, and the legal department. Cindy Richards has been very valuable in helping us get to something that's not only workable but enforceable. And so with that, Bob?
I just have a short presentation here. Give you a background. Back in February 2012, the council approved staff to hire a consultant to do an a vacant abandoned building impact study. The study estimated about 12,000 properties in Oklahoma City that were vacant. They used several different sources to come up with that list. We estimate that, I'll go to the next. This really, there are three phases to this program. First phase will be the registry, which would be adopted through this ordinance and allow us to implement. The second is to create the fees, the fines to address the vacant properties, and then to create a land bank. This is the phase one. Basically, we'll create the program, we'll establish the list of 12,000. In the first year, we anticipate sending notice to 6,000 of those properties to start the process. The ordinance here, basically just going through the ordinance briefly, once it's determined that a property is vacant, they have 30 days to register. The initial registration fee is $285. The renewals will be $190. We figure that there'll be additional work to be done to get the initial registration set up. We have a few exceptions to the ordinance. A new building that's, once they receive their occupancy permit, they have 6 months. And if they're not occupied in 6 months, then they'll have to register. If a property is being actively marketed, they have 6 months. If they're not sold within that 6 months, they'll need to register. Then we have a provision that if someone is out of the country, in the military, maybe in the hospital for medical rehab, then they can prove that to us and they don't have to register their property. This ordinance will be a Class A offense if you don't register. Basically, it's got escalating fees or fines, and this is similar to what we did with the water usage citations. The first fine's $119. Once we have a conviction, it would be $269. Then after that, it would be $519. This is the program description. We anticipate having to hire 11 additional staff. 6 of those would be inspection inspector positions, and 5 would be the administrative part of it. Really, the administrative piece will be needed to create the list and manage it, be able to send out the notice, and then answer phone calls and deal with any administrative work. We've met with IT. Several communities use this they use their Acela program, which is what we use for our building permits. So we feel like we can get this implemented through the Acela program that we already have. The estimated cost of the program is about just over $800,000. And the financial impact, talked about the first initial fee is $285, $190 for renewals. We anticipate about a third of the 6,000 that we contact will register. The cost of the community is about $564,000. This number doesn't include what will be collected on fines, and the ordinance has a provision for additional once-a-month inspections where we would charge an additional $190, which would go into this amount to address the cost of the program. And I did that kind of quick. If anybody has any questions, try to answer them.
Again, the item's just being introduced today. Larry?
I just have one overview. I'm a little bit confused, Bob. The fees that we're going to charge will take into account that total $833,000 of cost, and it'll be a no impact to the budget, if you will?
The program will cost just over $800,000, and the fees we collect would be about $560,000. But there are additional fees that we're not aware of for any fines, any citations that we write, or if we do additional inspections that we can charge $190 for. Those would all go into the total, but at this point we really don't have any way to estimate those numbers until we really get into the program.
I have a question that when I was reading through the ordinance, I guess I misread it. I was under the impression that if somebody was actively marketing their property, that they didn't have to register, and I missed the 6-month part. That kind of smacks me of not really what the intention of this is, because the intention of this is to disincentivize somebody from not doing anything with their property, whereas if somebody is, and they can show that they're actively marketing it and trying to sell it, I'm not sure if I'm not sure if they should be in violation if they are actively, because with economic downturns and stuff where things just happen to where nobody's, the market's bad and things like that. So
there's really two issues there. We had to put a provision in there to keep somebody from just putting a for sale sign in their yard and not doing anything.
Right.
But the way the ordinance is written, if we give them a notice that they need to register, then they can come to us and prove that they are actively marketing it, and we do have the ability to extend their time if we decide to.
Okay.
But we had to set some limit, or
right.
Somebody just put a for sale sign up, and then we would never be able to address it.
Okay, good.
So I'm confused about the 30-day, registrations required within 30 days of building becoming vacant. What is?
Well, once we determine a property is vacant, we'll send a notice, and they have 30 days to comply. Once the system's in place, if your property becomes vacant, then you really should come in and apply and register your property within that 30 days. But really, they're not going to get a notice until they come up on our list, and we send them that notice. But
this is commercial and residential.
That's correct. And one thing I didn't mention on the commercial properties, multi-tenants, we have the ability to have our inspector go out there and to make a determination if it's partially occupied but not fully occupied. They need to really be more than 50%, or we'll consider them a vacant, abandoned building, and they'll need to register. And that will take some additional work from our inspectors, but that's really the best way for us to try to get those multi-tenant. And we can use square footage, or we can use units, one of those formulas to determine how occupied the building is. And this will require $285 per building. So a property that, an apartment complex with multiple buildings, they'll have $285 for each building that's not occupied.
And I guess the 30 days just seems a little quick to me, maybe. I mean, not the primary buildings we're trying to address, it's those that are many, many months and many, many years. I mean, how did we arrive at 30 days?
We really mirrored this after our current code inspection process, and so we looked at what's a reasonable date for us. And typically what we'll do is we'll send that notice to those property owners based on the records with the county. And if they haven't done something within 30 days, then we'll either send an inspector out or we'll send an additional notice. But we felt that, if you have a vacant building, you probably are aware of why it's vacant. You either can come to us and explain it, or then you need to register. So
really, that should say within 30 days of getting a notice, rather than 30 days of it being vacant.
That's really how it's going to work. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other comments or questions? Yeah, Pete?
I'm kind of still a little bit unclear about the 30 days, because a lot of properties that are distressed, once they get in the hands of somebody that really is trying to move them, it takes longer than 30 days to get them rehabilitated to the point you could sell them. If the city received notice that a house was vacant and they went to and looked at the house and it was in the midst of a rehab, sometimes very extensive rehabs take several months, where would they fit in that 30-day thing? How would that work?
Well, it's something that we'll have to determine as we get into the program. But typically we try to work with property owners just through it like we do through our code enforcement program. And if we see a property that looks like it's close to being occupied, or they can address one of those other issues, we'll work with those property owners.
They wouldn't be liable for this $200 plus fee under those circumstances.
Well, if we make a reasonable determination that there's some reason that...
Say a guy buys a foreclosed house, and many of them are 6 months in the rehab process. I mean, they literally have to be almost gutted and redone. They do all the stuff they have to do. They have a remodel permit, all that, and they're working on it. Somebody notifies us that the house is vacant. We go out and look at it. We determine that what I just said is true. Does the guy then have to register that property, or do you just keep monitoring it?
Technically, he should register, yes, because he is a vacant. It's going to be a long-term vacant property. But if we get to a property that's been vacant and the guy's worked on it and he's close to it, then we have some flexibility. But the ordinance requires if you're vacant, you need to register, and that's how we're going to.
I'm not talking about chronically vacant properties. I mean, we all know about properties that have been vacant for years and years and years and years. I'm talking about property that is in the process of being, you could go to the piece of property and tell that somebody was trying to rehabilitate it so it could be reoccupied.
Probably the best answer to this is we're going to figure that out as we go through the program. I mean, we're not trying to be heavy-handed on this, but, at some point we have to.
Some of these properties, the rehab and the value of the property are pretty close together. I mean, it's a really question whether it makes sense or not to try to rehab some properties because they're just so far deteriorated. I'd hate to see us add a registration fee to that if someone is actually trying to rehab the property to get it back occupied.
Now, one thing that I didn't mention, this program doesn't put off any of our other code enforcement, our unsecured or dilapidated. That enforcement will still be in place. So.
Yeah, well, don't misunderstand. I'm in favor of this idea. It's a great idea. I think we've got to do something, but I just don't want to catch the guy that's innocently in the middle that just has a vacancy. The previous tenants tore the house up. Takes him longer than 30 days to get it ready to offer it to somebody else. That's the guy I'm concerned about.
Then there's the other guy that's also doing the remodeling process, but really isn't.
No, I understand. We see that too. But I guess we're going to have some judgment involved by you folks about whether.
Right, and since this is a new program, once we get into it, there may be ordinance amendments that we'll need to come back and request to the council once we figure out, if there's a lot of those that are problems, we may need to ask for some ability to give them additional time. But until we get the program started and start the registration, I'm sure we'll run into issues, but right now I don't know.
Any other questions for Bob? Again, this item is being introduced today. There's a public hearing set, assuming we move this forward, on November 19th, and then final adoption will be December 3rd. How about a motion to move this forward? All right, we're voting on item 8G. Cast your votes, and it passes unanimously. Item 8H is a public hearing regarding dilapidated structures. Is there anyone here hoping to speak under any item listed under 8H? All right, how about a motion? Second? Cast your votes. Passed unanimously. Item 8I is a public hearing regarding unsecured structures. Is there anyone here hoping to speak under any item listed under 8I? Yes?
I'm sorry, I signed up to speak actually on the previous item that was voted on.
Which item was that?
It was on vacant buildings.
Well, come on up. Well, here's the issue. We're having a public hearing on November 19th. Okay. Thank you. Item public I is a public hearing regarding unsecured structures. Is there anyone here hoping to speak under any item listed under 8I? All right. We have a second? All right. Cast your votes. Passed unanimously. Item J is a request for a revocable right-of-way permit to hold the Turkey Tracks event in Ward 6. It looks like John Osland is here. Hi. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, John.
Yes, this would be the second year for the downtown location of the Turkey Tracks 5K. It's a premier Thanksgiving Day 5K event. Benefits Toys for Tots. Is held in the downtown area at 5th and Harvey. We're asking for temporary road closure of Harvey Avenue between 4th and 6th for about 3 or 4 hours from between 6 and 11 on Thanksgiving Day, with the blessing of the memorial, the downtown post office, and St. Joe's Old Cathedral. Had about 1,500 participants last year, raised our toy drive. We picked up 700 individual toys for Tots, raised several thousand additional dollars that we purchased another 230 toys or so, about 1,000 toys for Tots, and a great family tradition downtown, everyone getting their run in before they commit themselves to Thanksgiving feast.
Sounds great to me. How about a motion? All right, cast your votes. Passed unanimously. Good luck.
Thanks, everybody.
Item 8K, I understand we do not need executive session on this item. All right, how about a motion to resolution? And a second? Okay, cast your votes on 8K. Passed unanimously. Then item 8L, I understand we do not need executive session.
Do not.
All right, how about a motion to approve? All right, cast your votes. And that item is approved. Item 8M, I understand we do not need executive session, so we can just strike this item. Motion to strike. Cast your votes. Item struck. Item 8N, I understand we do need executive session on this item.
We do.
Okay. How about a motion then to move item 8N into executive session? Cast your votes. That item moves into executive session. Item O is claims recommended for denial. Is there anyone here hoping to speak under any item listed under item O? Claims recommended for denial? All right, how about a motion? Cast your votes. It passed unanimously. Item 9 is claims recommended for approval. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on any of these items on item 9? All right, how about a motion? Cast your votes. It passed unanimously. Item 10 is items from council, and we have the results of our legislative committee, and we have one person that has signed up to speak.
And we do have a presentation that we can do on the legislative agenda, or if council's desire, we can just have Jane and the legislative committee answer questions.
How long would the presentation take, Jane?
Maybe 10 minutes.
I think we ought to go ahead and hear it. Any problem with that, council? All right.
apologize for the delay. Mayor and Council, I'm Jane Abraham, Community and Government Affairs Manager for the city, and I manage our legislative issues. I'll just run through these briefly. First of all, just to refresh the process, the city manager asked department heads for items they believe require a legislative fix, either at the state or federal level in the summer. And then those items are examined and brought forward to the Legislative Committee, which met on October 14th. The committee then makes recommendation to council, and then once those items are selected and approved, then we work with our contracted consultants to secure bill authors and work through the legislative process on both the state and federal level. State legislative issues for the 2013 session, some successes that we had, we were able to work on the issue that, along with several of our municipal partners, to allow municipalities the ability to restrict smoking on city property. Also, we worked on workers' compensation reform, which we believe will be beneficial to the city in the long run. And then we also work was done also on balanced pension reform on the firefighters' pension system. In terms of issues for 2014, there's several priority issues that have been identified. We keep sort of as a basic principle just local control over local issues. When items come up at the state legislature that are trying to take control away from municipalities, we need to work on those to try to keep that from happening where it's really not beneficial to our citizens. Also, we are trying to increase funding for transit that has not been increased since 2006, and that's a very important program for the city. We also support the American Indian Cultural Center, the funding for that. And then the specific bill that's still alive from last session is House Bill 1875, which has been the product of work over several years between municipalities and the Tax Commission that would align the amount that the cities pay the Tax Commission to collect our sales tax with the actual amount that they spend to do that. So that's very important to us. And we're working with our other municipal partners on that issue to make sure that that is corrected. In terms of the initiative issues that we've got, House Bill 1933, that again is a carryover from last year, which is a way for us to collect unpaid solid waste and stormwater service bills through a statutory lien process. Also, the second item is to amend site restrictions for dog kennels. Currently, dog kennels cannot be located within 2,500 feet of a daycare or school, and really that should apply to commercial breeding facilities as opposed to dog kennels, because it's overly broad and keeps a lot of businesses that would be beneficial to the Midtown area and downtown with people with pets. Those services are not available in those areas. Addressing vacant and deteriorated buildings. These are some of the holes that are in the state statute that will help us with our program that we're undertaking that was just introduced in the ordinance. The next item is to include sidewalks as a public utility in the state constitution. We may have another way to address this issue, but what this would do is, if it were to be named a utility like a street, then we would only need a 50% approval rate if we were to take that in a bond issue. And this is an issue that may take several years to accomplish in the legislature because it is a constitutional amendment, but that is something that we want to begin a dialogue about. The next item is municipal law enforcement to have access to labor commission records. And this is, Employment Commission records, and this is when they're investigating cases to determine if a suspect has no verifiable means of employment or income, that this will help them to build their cases. And then the final item is medical insurance for retirees to provide additional flexibility for both the city and the retirees to have more options than are currently available in state statute. the items that we've got on our support agenda. I don't know if I need to, we're kind of running short on time, so I won't run through all of those, but you can see them in front of you. Some of them retaining tools for economic development. We've looked at these different issues before. And then to address, the legislation to address common area maintenance is an issue that will be brought forward by the Home Builders Association. But that's one to address some of these areas that have been essentially abandoned and are causing drainage problems for different neighborhoods.
That's a big issue for Councilman Ryan.
Yes, exactly. And then moving on to the federal side of the House, the federal legislative issues, we have had some success on our initiatives in the 2013 session. The Marketplace Fairness Act was passed in the Senate and is now in the House Judiciary Committee. The chair of the Judiciary Committee has issued the principles that he would like to see for that legislation. So it's continuing to move forward, but it gets pushed back by other federal challenges that are taking place on the federal level, just with the budget situation and some of the other situations there. The other success that we had was the $13.6 million Tiger Grant, and we did receive support from our federal delegation in that application, and it helps us to emphasize that it's worthwhile for those federal grant programs to support city investments. In terms of the federal issues for 2014, again, Marketplace Fairness Act, we're going to continue to work on that. Funding for transportation and transit projects, and bringing forward issues that will be coming forward through the budget process. One that I guess I'd like to mention in particular on the next slide is to ensure the retention of tax-exempt status of municipal bonds. That's important to us. And I guess with that, I'll entertain any questions if there's anything specific someone would like to ask about.
All right. Pete?
I had a comment on the support, actually, for the continued funding for Oklahoma Public Schools. I talked to Mayor about that this morning. I didn't realize it had got in there, but because it was kind of the tail end of our meeting. I would like for it to have some language in it, though, that said to oppose further decreases also. I mean, obviously, there's going to be funding for public schools, but one of the big problems has been it decreases remarkably. And I like the comment in that we recognize that money is not the only way to make it work, but you can't continue to cut funding for public education and not expect to see a decline, especially in inner city systems like Oklahoma City has to operate. So if there's a way just to make that wording a little bit stronger from the standpoint of the people that we hire to carry out what our mission is would understand that we would expect them to weigh in on it, if public education is going to be funded, but at a lower level, then we ought to be talking to people that we can deal with and say, we don't think that's a good idea. I mean, we're not asking for raises or teacher raises specifically, although all those things would help, I think. But I just would like to see it just a little bit stronger wording than that.
Councilman, if there's a motion to approve that could be added in as an amendment that we add language.
When I approve it, I'm not asking for it to be much stronger. I don't want to give specific directions about percentages or what. I just think that we ought to be resisting further cuts, basically, is what in addition to supporting what's out there.
Yeah, Ed?
On vacant and abandoned buildings, there's a couple paragraphs about why that's a problem. We're not asking for any particular solution in this.
Right. We're currently working on formulating what that's going to look like in its final form. Essentially, as we implement the ordinance, doing what we can do, just trying to see where the holes are, essentially, in the statute that won't allow us to do some of the things to implement our program.
Okay. The state pays, I guess since 2006, has paid $5.75 million for public transit. Do you know how much of that comes to Oklahoma City and how the state of Oklahoma would compare to other states?
I do not have that information, but fortunately, Rick Kane is here to answer those questions.
Yeah, currently, Oklahoma City gets 20% of whatever the state puts out for public transportation funding, so essentially we get a little over $1 million. Part of the money that comes to us is also shared with Edmond because they are in our Oklahoma City area, but in our budget itself, it's a little over $1 million, which is about 4% of our operating budget. As far as other cities, I mean, in Oklahoma, Tulsa gets the same amount, then the balance, the 60% is spent or is shared with the small urbans and the rural systems in the state. As far as state funding for public transportation, when we look across the country, we're at the low end, no question.
We're also at the low end in the way that's allocated. We certainly have more than 20% of the people in the state living in the Oklahoma City metro area.
And that percentage split there is really not dictated by the state. That was an association decision that was made a long time ago, back in the 90s, in terms of how that money would get distributed, and that is something that within the Transit Association itself that we're talking about right now. Again, understand the politics at the time, where the leadership was generally from the rural areas of the state, and so it was a concession at that point to share. We do have more rural systems, I will say that in their defense, but it's still a situation that the majority of ridership and the majority of the people being served are coming from the urban areas.
Okay.
Can you explain the reasons for the recommended amendments in terms of medical insurance for retirees?
I can. Actually, I may ask Diana Berry to come and talk more fully about that.
Okay.
Issue.
Thank you, Councilman. The reason for that change is to offer the city greater flexibility in the types of plans that are offered to retirees. It is not intended to eliminate insurance for retirees, but to offer us greater flexibility. We would definitely continue to work with retirees in terms of discussing the issue and identifying other cost-effective options.
Specifically, you're asking to remove the language that ties the retired employee premium to 125% of the active employee premium.
Right. We're not sure why that was enacted in the first place. I think it's been in there since 1977, and there's no correlation between the cost of active employee insurance and retiree insurance. And again, we're wanting to identify plans that are specific to the retirees and addressing their needs. So we don't believe that language needs to continue to exist in the statute.
All right. Any other questions for Jane? All right. George Fina has signed up to speak on an item. George is, of course, the president of the Retired Firefighters.
Mayor, Council, everybody's proud about where they live today. I heard Yukon, Piedmont, and everything. I didn't move out of Oklahoma City because it was a bad place, but they needed a good mayor at Piedmont, so that's where I moved to. But the reason I got my new heart valve, just had a real workout when I saw that. Anytime I see anything that comes up about retirees in insurance, it's just all the bells go off. And I read it as, and I'm going to tell you what I first saw, but I have talked to Diane and I feel a little bit better about what we were going to do. I felt like this was a way to get rid of retirees completely in time. And that's the way I read it, and that's the way most of the people around me did, that they were all on me about they're trying to get rid of us.
George, we assure you we're not trying to.
I understand that, Mayor. We had a good visit with, I had a good visit with Diane.
I'm glad if you had that concern, you'd bring it up, but
we
that's not our effort.
Are, all of us, when we get through, when you get the word retire, then make it, and just like in my organization, it doesn't make any difference if you were a chief, a captain, or just a firefighter. When you're retired, you're retired. We'll all be the same, no matter what. And once you retire, and I'm 75, so I can say you're under a lot of restrictions, physical restrictions, the federal government, the state, excuse me, the state right now is trying to combine pensions, do all sorts of things. And the amount of money you receive, it's basically stops. It's right there. It's at that point. No matter what happens in the rest of the world, how much things cost, this is all you got. So anytime there's something to do with retirees and the insurance and the cost of living, it affects us. So the minute I saw that, I thought, wow, here we go again. But it's not the case. I visited with Diane. I'm probably going to get shot for walking down the road with her, but other than that, no. And I put my best shirt on, everything just for you guys, and I didn't need to do that. But, Mayor, you always say this is a great city, and it is a great city. My badge says Oklahoma City retired firefighter. It doesn't say retired firefighter. It's because I'm proud to have been part of this city, and everybody I represent feel the same way. So this city was great because of the people that came behind me and are there today. So I just want you to know that, and thank you for your time. And I would like to have the sandwich session next time we have this long meeting, because I think I'd probably get rich out there. Thank you very much.
All right. Quick question as it relates to federal legislative issues. I understand at the end of the year the empowerment zone will end. What is going on with the status of the empowerment zone?
I can research that for you, Councilman, and get you some more information about that. That's kind of fallen off of our radar.
Okay. I would actually love to see, if possible, that the empowerment zone and enterprise zones can be added to the federal legislative issues and also the state issue, and see also not only expanded, because of course it expires at the end of the year again, but if we could somehow figure out a way to expand it where it can cover more areas that are truly slum and blighted in Oklahoma City.
Okay. I can get more information on that.
All right. Thank you.
Sure.
All right. Any other questions for Jane? All right. We're on items from council. We need a motion. We need item. Actually, have two votes here. Item 10A. How about a motion? All right. Okay. With Pete's suggestion on changing the language on education. Cast your votes. Passed unanimously. And then item 10B is the federal legislative program. Motion. Cast your votes. And it passed unanimously as well. Thank you, Jane. John, anything from items from council?
Quick question. This relates to the Union Pacific line that runs through the JFK area. We have received a lot of complaints about trains running between 2 a.m. to 5 o'clock a.m. And so residents are being woken up by the sounds of trains backing up or horns blowing. Since that line is owned and operated by Copter, I just want to make sure I go on record to say we need to figure out something so those residents won't be able, so those residents won't hear those loud horns and trains backing, because I believe during that time trains should not run. Again, you're talking about between 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. trains should not run in that neighborhood because it wakes everybody up. So I just wanted to go on record and saying we need to find a solution to that.
All right. David? All right. Pete?
A couple things. With regard to John's concerns, I think that's what we get into when we start spending that allocation that we have between us for things other than infrastructure things. We've got a situation now where we're going to spend $500,000 on a quiet zone. Now I'm starting to get questions about why I'm not fixing a quiet zone in South Oklahoma City. He's getting them in Northeast Oklahoma City. That has gone on since 1890 or earlier. I mean, all those houses were built a long time after those railroad tracks were built. I just think that's one of the problems we get into when we deviate from what we originally agreed to do with that surplus money. I won't charge for that advice, but I do think that I would like the staff to look into the possibility of banning e-cigarettes. I found out this week that certain head shops, you can buy the little cartridges that go into e-cigarettes and they're filled with the ingredient that's in marijuana. And so you can be buying those at a head shop, smoking dope through that vapor thing, and no one would ever know the difference. A number of cities have banned e-cigarettes, but that's another reason why we ought to look at them. If we're selling illegal substances in addition to harmful substances, we're selling illegal substances, I think we ought to look at banning them. So just maybe get a report together and...
That would be a legal question, so we'll get back with you.
I have a hard time believing that you can put it in a vapor and it's not harmful. I mean, I know the FDA hasn't agreed with that at this point, so I just have a hard time thinking it's not good for your health.
All right, Larry?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. A couple of quick things. I'd like to thank Henry DeReef and the officers of Musgrave Pennington for the hospitality last night. And if you pass on, Jim, to Charles Locke, he was the main speaker at that meeting dealing with code enforcement. He did an excellent job in explaining to the neighbors what we can and can't do and what the challenges are. And then there was a tremendous meeting last night put on by the police department, and we had the chief of city was there, Major Becker was there, DA from, the Attorney General, Scott Pruitt, was there because he was responsible, I think, for seeing that we got the funds for the extra money that's going into overtime work in the area between 27th on the north and Melrose on the south, Meridian on the east, and Council on the west. And James Griner was there also, and I'll leave the rest of the meeting to him to talk about, but it was a great meeting, and there were probably over 200 people, I think, in attendance at that meeting.
Yeah, the final count that Sergeant Scala gave me was 136, but I think that was based on who signed up, so there was probably quite a bit more than that.
Yeah, Ed?
Yeah, I was there as well. I enjoyed the meeting very much. I think it goes to what police manpower can use, and I think that our Overtown program this year has shown how you can decrease crime with manpower. I want to, just go back to the recycling plant. I mean, what I experienced yesterday, there's just no way that's acceptable. I mean, it goes far beyond noise. The particulate debris, I mean, I know enough based on my own pulmonary response yesterday, what I, could taste. I mean, that just cannot be acceptable. I mean, either if it's in violation of state and federal law, then we need to enforce that, and if it's not, we have to find an ordinance or a way, because you're really going to harm people. If that's happening with regularity, and that much smoke, going through the neighborhood is just, John has gone over there, he's trying to find somebody to talk to, he can't find anybody to talk to, we've got to do something.
Yeah.
And I don't know what that is, but Kenny, I'd ask that you, as fast as you can, figure out what that is.
Sure.
Finally, I just want to know in terms of timing, we haven't talked about the Convention Center Hotel in quite a while. The last time we talked about it, we voted on a market analysis, the gentleman from Dallas. It was going to be done by the end of the summer. Now it's November. I understand that there's kind of a rough draft, and then that's going back, and then we're going to maybe look at that in December. And then now we have OCU who's getting involved, and I didn't know about that. I'm curious what their involvement will be, what the outline of that will be. And then I understand that the next study, kind of figuring out financing options and what a subsidy would be, has maybe been delayed to the end of next spring, early summer. Can you talk about that timeline?
Last summer we brought to council an item to do a market study and a funding feasibility study for a convention center hotel. And council came back and said, was not a crazy direction. The council came back and said, there was no use doing the feasibility study if the market study doesn't make sense. So let's do the market study first. So we did the market study, and as a part of that, the Alliance decided that which is about done. They also decided we should do a economic impact study, and so they've contracted with OCU to do that, and that should be done in the next few weeks, I understand, and Kathy's targeting, she told me yesterday, to bring that back to council on December 17th, maybe, I think was the date she said. If there's a meeting on December 17th, I think that's the date she's targeting to bring that in. Okay, if that's positive, that the market is there, which I believe it probably will say that, then the question is, do we want to go back and do a funding feasibility study at that point in time, which was what we talked about in July, and so then we'd come back with that.
And that would take roughly 6 months to get that?
I don't know the time frame on that, quite frankly.
I'm confused about why the Alliance would bring OCU into it for an economic impact analysis. I mean, that to me seems to be part of the market analysis. The economic impact would be part of your market analysis. That's what we hired the gentleman from Dallas to do.
I understand those are two different issues. The market was how many hotel rooms are viable down here. And then the economic analysis is if the hotel happens, what kind of impact, other impact would that have?
And why would we need that at this time?
I can't answer that, Councilman.
Okay. So that's December 17th.
That's my understanding.
There's some people nationally who are experts in convention center economics, and I'm just wondering if maybe we could bring them at the same time and get kind of one additional set of eyes to look at, the economic impact and what's happened in other cities. Would anybody have objection to bringing in someone, at no cost, to speak with council about convention center economics and convention center hotel economics, and maybe just talk about those studies?
Who are you? What do you have in mind?
Not anybody in particular, but maybe like a Haywood Sanders or a...
I don't know Haywood Sanders.
Okay.
What type of expertise would you like to bring in with the market study analysis?
I'm sorry,
what type of expertise would you like to bring in with the market study presentation?
Well, that doesn't have to be Haywood Sanders, but he's someone who's done countless studies on convention center hotels, convention centers. He's spoken all over the country. He's spoken to Congress twice about convention center hotel and convention center economics. I think if he were willing to come and talk to us individually and here at council, I'm just wondering if that's something that the council would entertain.
Frankly, I don't know. Council,
I wouldn't not entertain it. Hearing from as many experts on the subject as possible, I think would be good. You want my feedback?
I'm assuming that we're going to...
The only time I talk is when there's silence.
I'm assuming that we're going to take those two studies and then decide whether to go to phase 2, which is the next study. And I'm not sure what expertise OCU has. I don't know that they've ever done a convention center hotel study before. I don't know how they were chosen, or I certainly haven't heard it discussed by the council. But just, the more information, the better in trying to make those decisions.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree. I can't have too much.
Jim, I would like to receive some information on this OCU study. This is the first I've heard about it. Maybe I'm in the dark. Am I the only one?
I didn't know.
I'd like to know how that came about and what it's supposed to do, what it's supposed to accomplish.
We'll provide that.
All right. James, items from council?
No, I just want to reiterate what Councilman McAtee said about the meeting. It was very very good. There was a lot of positive feedback. The area is 4.4 miles, and I think there's going to be 5 extra cars, police cars in that area. So, I mean, that's going to make a significant difference. I mean, that will be a huge improvement. And their main goal is to reduce the violent crime. And so that's the one that nobody, I mean, that's kind of where you use all the statistics of the violent crime. So it was a very good meeting. So that's pretty much it.
Okay. City manager reports.
Just like to touch on the sales tax report. It was down a little bit on the October check, and a couple things I want to bring up. One, there was a large adjustment that happens from time to time. Sometimes they're positive, sometimes they're negative. This was a negative adjustment this time that had a negative impact. Utility sales are also down. It was a moderate summer, and they were down 16.1% on the sales tax on utilities. So that's where it comes through partly. We also had an uptick on construction because I think of some of the tornado damage that's out there. So it's really kind of a mixed message right now. It's not a crisis situation, but it's something we're really looking at very closely and following on month-to-month basis. Be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Jim, does this follow you've talked a lot about after these weather disasters, the way that you get a drop-off and then you get an uptick?
We have had some.
Is it following the same pattern, like that hailstorms and the...
We're not, to a certain extent, but not as much as we've seen in the past on some of the other events that we've had. It's not as much as the hailstorm was a couple of years ago. But it is a positive.
So would you have seen the uptick by now, or it comes in the next quarter?
No,
it's in there.
It's in there.
It's in there. Okay. Yeah, retail sales are up. It's the other elements of it that are struggling.
So there's some positive news, there's some negative news in it. It's overall a little bit down.
All right, citizens to be heard. Joe Sarge Nelson. We have a series of people who have asked to speak today. I'll ask them to keep their comments to 3 minutes if they would.
I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor and Council. I know y'all are tired. It's been a long day. And I'm here mainly to discuss the article in yesterday's paper. Something that's really quite close to me. I have 3 nurses that are doctors in my family. And some years back, I don't know if y'all are aware of it or not, I don't like to toot my own horn very often, but I brought the medical staff together and the state legislation department together at the Westin Hotel. It's now in the Sheraton Hotel. Everybody knows that the trauma center was in deep trouble. And for quite a while, they were having to struggle to get millions of dollars together. And thank goodness, I like to think I'm inventive a lot of the ways. So I put a dinner together and brought Gordon Deckert, a good friend of mine, and some other people at the trauma center to the table. We had a large dinner, and up to that point, they were kind of hung out to dry because all they were doing was talking on the telephone. They got to see each other face to face. They saw my program and how to pull it together and save the trauma center. The result of that trauma center is, as you see it today, it hadn't been in trouble since. They even rebuilt it. And when I read this article, nothing personal, Mr. Mayor, but when you said all of the MAPS projects, so to speak, they've all met with turmoil. And when they get to going pretty good, they kind of level themselves out. Well, there's a couple of them I found that don't level themselves out very good. And one is the streetcar, which I've been hammering on quite a bit. And the other one is kind of like this center thing. One of your councilmen spoke up and said that, if we utilize some of the buildings that we have in present and do some work with it, it'd be fine, if it would work. We have 3 great ones right now. One right across the street from the Integris Baptist Hospital. The other one's at I-44 and Hefner. And one of the finest ones in town is the Presbyterian over there on 4th, Northeast 4th, and Lincoln Boulevard. It's been there for quite a while. And we have 98 others, all scattered all over Oklahoma City. I would recommend that even though you made promises to the people that would have these wellness centers, they're really not even needed. I would suggest somebody make a motion to take the money and put it into something that you have got going good, which a lot of our MAP projects are good, but they've got some cracks in a lot of them, and a couple of them are not going to survive. But that's neither here nor there. If somebody would just make a motion to put the money that you're promising there somewhere else, that we can get a handle on it and use it for the people's benefit, that's what we're here for. That's what we ought to do. And it's just one of these kind of things. It's just a waste of spending in this particular case. Because there's buildings out there, if we've got to have it, to put somebody on the line, so to speak. Mr. White suggested this some while back, that there's some good buildings out there. Put a committee together to let them shoot their best shot. Take a look at it, just like the city does on their projects and houses they buy up and whatever. They send their team out there, they review what they got to do, whether it's worth the spending the money to renovate it and then sell them, that's fine. But this is the same principle. If we can save the taxpayers some money, because right now they are straining, they're hurting. There's people having to do without because they're having to do other things. Like the bus article, the street bus. Remember the lady said yesterday in the paper also, she's having to put off bills just to ride the bus. And it's really beginning to tangle with them. I respect y'all let me speak, and to all of you, y'all have a nice Thanksgiving. I don't know if I'll be back between now and then, but I hope so. Yeah. Oh, Mr. Couch looks so serious. Y'all have a nice day.
I'm William Gonzalez, 801 Caroline Drive, Yukon, Oklahoma, Oklahoma city limits. Back to what I consider a protest against what I say is a cover-up. To reiterate on what I'm going by, my son was stopped by 2 Oklahoma City officers on March the 19th of 2012. I believe the 2 officers conspired to plant what they thought was crack cocaine on my son. It took months and thousands of dollars to get the DA to drop the charges. I made an informal complaint to the police and was laughed at. I made a formal complaint and it was swept under the rug. I made a complaint here in City Council, and I met with Chief City and told him about the officer taking money out of the glove box and putting it in my son's pocket and saying, it's now in your possession, still in your possession. Chief City said, and repeatedly said, that was your son's version. He later found out that that's what did happen. The officer did take it out of the glove box and put it on my son. And we still won't have the officer take a polygraph test. So it's come to my take is that the police insist on me as a public citizen to take a polygraph test in order to file this deal, but they are either afraid or above the same requirements. If they would voluntarily, these 2 officers take an independent polygraph test, and I'd be glad to pay for it, and it proves that they didn't do it, I'll apologize, I'll pay for everything, and we'll go on about our business. But I'm not going away. They can try to keep sweeping this under the rug. I'm going to keep going until somebody makes those 2 officers accountable for what they did. And also, when they arrested him, they took a pistol that was unloaded, no ammunition in the truck, nothing. It's perfectly legal to carry a firearm that way. The ex-officer, which is on city council, Mr. Berry, he did not think it was legal to take a gun unloaded, even though he said he was supposed to be intoxicated. The state law says carrying a weapon while intoxicated, not in possession.
John Pettis.
morning, Mr. Mayor.
Morning.
John Pettis, 1332 Northeast 54th Street, Ward 7. Several council meetings ago, the council voted on the streetcar system. Subsequent to that streetcar vote, Mr. Nelson came back before this council and made comments regarding the streetcar, and he singled out my representatives, Councilman Pettis, who happens to be my father, out of the 5 people that voted for the streetcar. He singled him out, and he basically alluded that the mayor is telling him how to vote on issues. I believe that my councilman voted for what he believed were the voters of the people's wishes when they passed the streetcar, and he voted for the best interests of Ward 7. Mr. Nelson left. I wish he had stayed. I would have said the same thing. I take offense for him singling him out on his vote, because nobody will determine how he votes except himself, not even me. Thank you, sir.
Roy Stafford?
Roy Stafford, 800 West California, City Rescue Mission still. The request to play the video, was that going to be approved?
What sort of video is it?
It's a video of an assault where I was the victim on a city Metro Transit bus. It takes about 15 seconds.
All right.
City-generated video from actual live footage on the bus. I too was at the meeting last night. The meeting held. I saw Councilman Shadid, Councilman Grenier. Very informative meeting. And I don't know if you recall, Mayor Cornett, February 2008, statement I made. Go ahead with the video. It's fine. Statement I made. I showed you a picture of my grandson. He was 8 then. He's 12 now. Spoke to him this weekend. He was explaining to me, Papa, how proud he was. The 2 screens in the very middle and the screen on the right side on the second row, those are the ones to pay close attention to. Basically what I did after I was assaulted by this gentleman was hold him down until I could control him to the point to where I could let him up. This is the police report. This is the narrative of the police officer. I arrived and spoke to the victim. The victim stated the bus was about to turn west onto 59th from May. He noticed that suspect 1, which was a female, was standing up in the path to call on him at the turn. The victim stated that he braced subject 1 with his arm and told her to hold on because the bus was about to turn. This is when the victim said suspect 2 began punching him. The victim felt he had to defend himself, so he fought off suspect 2. When he did this, he stated that suspect 1 began punching him. The bus stopped. The victim 1 and the suspect 1 got off the bus. The victim, which was me, tried to detain the suspect, which punched me on the bus because the driver didn't want him to exit the bus. He went ahead and exited the bus, disappeared. The initial citation written by the responding officer was for assault. It was downgraded by the municipal counselor's office to disorderly conduct. I can't see that. The best formula to reduce the crime rate in Oklahoma City is public involvement. Public involvement would be slightly held back, withheld, when this type of decision is made by the municipal counselor's office. Anybody that watches that video says that's an assault. There's nothing disorderly about that. This is not the first time this has happened to me. This is the third time I have had an incident where the municipal council's office decides to downgrade a charge that was investigated in the field by a qualified officer and determined to be that of an assault. The public input is what will reduce the crime rate. Public policing is the key. Without the public's faith in our government, crime rate is going to be where it is. And throwing money, just like you said, Mr. McTee, these entities that operate these public housing units, they're not involved. But throwing money, throwing government grant money at additional overtime, that is not the answer either. The answer is public involvement. The only way you get that is by reinstilling the faith of the public in law enforcement and the municipal councilor's office. That type of deal right there, it's detrimental to that process to me.
Floyd, thanks for coming down.
Thank you.
Okay. We have executive session. We'll be back. We have returned from executive session. Instructions were given on the legal issue, and I think we're looking for a deferral on item 8E1 and 2. I'm sorry, 3E1 and 2. And will these need to be deferred separately, each one of them?
No, you can vote on all of them.
Okay. How about a motion to defer the 3 items on the employment of our 3 positions to December 17th? Second. All right. All in favor say aye. And it passed unanimously. All right. We're adjourned.